August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone. Global Namaste. This Sunday, 16 voices from Britain, India and Israel come together for one afternoon. International Day of Friendship. Sunday, the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. Free for everyone.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers. Wherever you are connected to us from the globe, I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to this fabulous episode where we are celebrating and marking the United Nations Friendship Day. This International Friendship Day is marked to count on the friends who have lived, sustained, shared, and smiled with us. Beyond the distances, beyond the decades, and for everything, every time, they are for us. And that's why today's day, as we are celebrating and marking this day, let's join in together for a short affirmation. I will be chanting Gayatri Mantra. You can hold any affirmation. Remembering our closest friend, the God, Let's chant. Om. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Friendship is very precious, as it is that quietest force that walks around us without talking, without saying anything, but yet gives tremendous support. We count on our friends, we count on the Almighty as the biggest friend. And this friendship is that connection and that joy that everything in the nature celebrates. Have you ever seen two birds flying together and we say two for joy? That two for joy is just a little friendship that we count. The two flowers blooming together, the two plants, the two animals hovering around, the puppies playing, the kittens playing. Isn't it wonderful to value this friendship across the globe, in the nature, among us, and everywhere? And that fragrance of friendship is so special that if nobody is there, friends are there. And I remember there's so many things we have shared with our friends that we can't share with our parents. Sometimes our grannies are very good friends. Sometimes our co-mates are very good friends. Sometimes we find friends as the destiny gives us and we value them. And here we are with today's episode. So you can grab a cup of coffee, some snacks, chit chat, look, watch, and feel. And if you have any thoughts, messages that you have to give us, please feel free to join us through our various channels, through the YouTube link, and here we are. I'm very glad to also welcome our lead panelist, Dr. Anukul Goaswami ji from United Kingdom. Global Namaste. A very good afternoon.
Global Namaste,
And
Dr. Amrita.
also Rachel. Global Namaste.
Hello.
It's I also would like to welcome our resident panelist and a contributor, Dr. Ghazala Zabin from United Kingdom. Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste to you and everybody of our family around the world. What a wonderful special episode to be part of. Thank you, Dr. Amrita.
Yes, indeed it is. And it's Friendship Day as we are celebrating internationally. And I think we all are celebrating this internationally. We all join from different parts of the world and yet are great friends. So first of all, thank you to all the friends who have been there with us, supporting us, watching, contributing, sharing the Healing Our Earth episodes back to back every Sunday. And what a tie of friendship. So I really acknowledge it, and you all are very precious to us. So Ghazala and Anukulji, it's time to talk to Rachel, what she has to say and what message she has to give to our viewers at Healing Our Earth on this episode of International Friendship Day. Over to you. Thank you.
Well, hello, everybody. Global Namaste and happy Friendship Day. I think, when you asked me to come on for talk about friendship, the first thing I thought about was how we are, as people, we are tribal people. We need our tribe, we need our people. And usually we assume that's family. That's our tribe and that's our one go-to. And, that's all you get. And I see it as family you are given. Sometimes it doesn't work out as you planned. And sometimes, like you said, you can't talk to your parents or you can't say things. And I look at friends as the family that you choose, not the family that you're given, which has a great power because you choose your own family. So I don't think we should have one day a year celebrating it because it's something that you do every day. And, when the kids are younger, you automatically fall into this tribe of parents from the school, and, you met them at the park. And as you get older, I think, become more, you have your tribe that has joined you throughout your journey, friends that you have from the age of whenever you could remember. And then you have the new ones that come in later on in life that, sometimes you don't even need an excuse and you just say hello to somebody and you guys just spark. And I think that's a beautiful thing, that you could gather this family with you and build your own tribe and your own friendship and your own personal tribe made to measure, made specifically for you. And with friends, you have friends that are good for you for one thing, and you have the other friend that you go to talk about that, and you have friends for the recipes, and you have friends to complain about this, and you have that friend that is going to pick you up no matter what. And it's really a made to measure family. So I just want to say happy Made to Measure Family Friendship Day. And it really is whatever you make out of it. So enjoy them and embrace them. And a friendship is always what you put into it. That it's not only a take, it's a give and take. And cherish the friendships you have. That's what I think I have to say about friendship.
Yeah, that's very true. In fact, friendship is all about the family that we get, the family that we make. And that's what makes it so special. What do you think, Dr. Ghazala, about it?
I absolutely agree. Rachel, what a beautiful message to share with everybody, because you're right, the tribal part of it, how it began, the simplicity behind the friendship. And, for those that are watching on our program that is live right now, again, International Friendship Day is celebrated on the 30th of July, which is what we're marking this episode for. And it's a powerful way where, we're building peace between people, cultures, and countries, and this part of our program echoes it. And as you said, we can choose who we are. And I often say to my fellow sisters, sister from another mister, and
Exactly.
sisters is family, and that's part of what it is. But, we've been celebrating International Friendship Day now since it was officially announced and proclaimed by the United Nations in 2011. So I think Dr. Amrita is a wonderful starting point for us to continue this and share that love, but also the power of that friendship and what it means. And it has so many facets to the different people's journey in their life. So thank you, Rachel, for that wonderful intro to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and what a wonderful screen you have at the background. It
Absolutely.
also depicts a beautiful connection of friends all over and all around, which is beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Anukulji? What have you to say about what Rachel has said? And
That's exactly what when I saw Dr. Ghazala's screen. The first thing I said, there you are. The screen for the friendship is already there in the background, and that's what exactly matters. But what really is truly very interesting is it is a foundation of the very concept of human flourishing. Humans, we all flourish because of our friends, not just because of our own personal efforts. Our friends are the ones who take us up, lift us up without asking for anything. And they're all the time there. They do not mince any words. They simply say, listen, you're lazy, you better get up and start doing your work. Or they connect us with various other people. They connect us. So you'll always find people in different communities working together, and they're really friends. They understand each other's issues and get them together. And nations also come together close to each other, create very good friendship. And we also have friendship with our nature. So that maintains ecology. And we connect with our different generations of people, forgetting our age and all these things. So they all are continuing concept of friendship. And that gets us all together, achieving things in such a way that we all progress together without any selfish requirements, just straight at it. Lovely. Yes, Dr. Amrita, take on.
yeah. So Rachel, what do you think? What is a true friendship, and how is it valued?
Ooh, what's a true friendship? I think it's how you, what you, I think it's very much what Anukul said about a friendship is somebody that's going to talk direct, not tell you what you want to hear. That's a acquaintance. A true friend will give you the truth, honestly, in your face, because that's what you need to hear. Obviously for your own benefit, not to make themselves feel better, which lots of times is misconstrued. A true friend will big you up, won't put you down, will give you constructive criticism with picking you up, as opposed to put you down to make themselves feel better. But I also like what you said about friendship is that give and take. The same thing, like friendship is with animals, friendship is with nature, friendship is with everything. And I think it's a mutual respect. I do a lot of foraging as a herbalist, and it's that mutual respect. When I go out, I'll talk to the plants. My kids think I'm crazy, but that's okay. I'll ask permission. I'll give them a little bit of water while I take some of their leaves, and it's a mutual respect. You give and you take, and that's what a friendship is. You can't sit back and expect somebody to big you up, and you just sit back there and be like, I'm just going to take it all, because they're not getting anything out of it. And it's a give and take. So you're there for your friends as much as they are for you. So if anybody complains, oh, my friends aren't there for me, and oh, you didn't call me, I'm like, and you call me. It's a give and take, and it's very easy to point the blame, and then a friend would be like, okay, come on, snap out of it. Let's get back on the road here. And I think also friends with time, sometimes you need them in a certain period of life, and then either you outgrow each other, or you advance in your life and different steps, and that's also okay. It doesn't mean that you don't love them anymore, you don't respect them, you just don't need them, or your needs and their needs at the same time have changed in a changed direction. And you progress, you find new friends. And, as you evolve and grow, we can't expect to stay with the same people that helped us at one point or were there for us at one point. Some of them do. Some people are lucky enough to have friendships that last them a lifetime. And those friendships are so unique and special because they know you, who you were. So you don't have to waste time by filling in blanks. It's always like, yeah, okay, you have one word and you know what we're talking about. And the new friendships is to feed that new part of you that has developed and has grown over the years. So I think it's a mutual give and take, mutual respect, and just love of mankind, because friendship has nothing to do with age, gender, where we're from, ethnicity, and you never know when you might meet a friend. So keep your mind open. Don't be closed off to find them in a certain place.
Yeah, that's really cool. And in fact, that reminds me, Dr. Ghazala, do you think that cultivating friendship is a very important art?
Yes, I do actually, because when you follow your inner path as well of how somebody makes you feel, I think that's the key thing as well. Is friendship is also those that are there for you where they relieve some of that stress, but you also feel valued, and it's what you do to nurture that friendship, how you feed into that friendship, and just remember who was there for you as well at that time. And I believe also that friendship is and should be unconditional. And the reason for that is that, we all have a different segment of our life that we're going through certain things. And what I feel is that a true friend is one that you can pick up anytime, 20 years later, if necessary, and you pick up where you left off, because life has taken us down different paths. And that part of it is where it really did have a value, because it didn't have any obstacles or things that got in the way, and people were understood. And more importantly, you can park that part of the journey with somebody for now, and a friendship understands that you're going through a process. They can either be there, but they may also be going through their own life's challenges. And I've learned that over the time, but I used to take it a little bit personal before. Hey, I've called you 3 or 4 times, you're not even returning. And I used to take it a little bit personal. And then as we get older, we get wiser, and then we realize that we all are on different segments of our life. But the good thing is that you just remember them, and the first one to pick up and say, hey, you know what, I know it's been a while, but I was thinking about you and I wanted to reach out to you and say, let's pick up where we left off, let's do something good, what are you up to? And that friend should be the one that asks that question for that other person, as opposed to downpour their stuff onto them. And I think that's part of understanding and nurturing the friendship. Hope that answers that for you in a longer way.
That's wonderful. Global namaste to you, Nishit Bhai.
Global
A very
Namaste.
good afternoon and a warm welcome to this episode of International Friendship Day. So, what message would you like to give to our viewers in short?
Yes, Global Namaste and welcome everybody. So today marks the UN International Day of Friendship. Like somebody mentioned before, it's on 30th of July, but we meet on Sundays. So this is where we are
Yes.
marking it the way we know best with, I think, about 19 voices today from Britain, India, Israel, all in one room. And I think the frame for today in one line, if I were to sum it up, is that no one heals alone.
Yeah.
So there are a couple of things about friendship, that are important. It's no longer just seen as a side, a nice thing to have, but I think loneliness has now been taken seriously by health bodies worldwide as a risk to physical and mental well-being. And so we ask people, how are they eating? How are they sleeping? We should also be asking, who are they talking to? Because loneliness is a big problem. And I think a friend is the one who shows up, not the one on the wedding list, but the one who picks up your phone at 2 a.m., who drove you to an appointment, sat with you when there was nothing to say even, And I can think of countless instances when these things flash across my mind of past occasions with friends. And today we got London, Mumbai, Jerusalem, everybody in the same conversation. And that's
True.
the day arguments are made visible. So you say it out aloud when you hand between the countries. So what I'm trying to say is, today we have friendship across every border. It's no longer like maybe 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Phone calls were impossible. There was no WhatsApp, there was no Facebook, etc. And even just making a call to a friend overseas was impossible. And so nowadays the world's a global village. And so that's sort of the thing I wanted to say: friendship across every border. And
Yeah.
there's one more thing I would say is for the viewers out there. Somebody mentioned friendships are there. Some stay for a season, some stay for a chapter, some stay the whole journey with you. But even the ones that we let drift, I will ask the viewers today, try and reconnect with somebody that you were friends with over the years and now you've missed out that connection.
Yeah.
You never know where you can spark that thread up again. And last thing I will say
Absolutely.
is that being somebody's friend is as much the point as having one friend.
Hmm.
So, ask anybody who's, have you been a good friend to somebody recently? And so it's gratitude both ways.
True. Absolutely true. What a wonder. Let's welcome Vaishali ji from United Kingdom, our resident contributor, makeup artist, and also a beautiful singer. So what beautiful message you have to say, Vaishali ji? Not in words, but with your sweet voice. Over to you. We are ready to listen.
Global Namaste, Amrita.
Global
Global
Namaste.
Namaste, Nishit Bhai. Global Namaste, my beautiful Healing Our Earth family. A very happy Friendship Day to all of you. And all I want to say is,
Go ahead.
बादलों में छुप रहा है चांद क्यों? अपनी ही किसी अदा से पूछ लो, चांदनी पड़ी हुई है मात क्यों? गीत छेड़ती हवा से पूछ लो, बादलों में छुप रहा है चांद क्यों? चांदनी पड़ी हुई है मात क्यों? बज रहे हैं दिल में जल तरंग क्यों? गीत छेड़ती हवा से पूछ लो, मेरी हसरतों पे बेखुदी सी छा गई, तुमको देख कर निगाह लड़खड़ा गई, ला 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 ला, मेरी हसरतों पे बेखुदी सी छा गई, तुमको देख कर निगाह लड़खड़ा गई, निगाह लड़खड़ा गई, निगाह लड़खड़ा गई, झूमता है मेरा अंग अंग क्यों? ला 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 ला, बज रहे हैं दिल में जल तरंग क्यों? अपनी ही किसी अदा से पूछ लो. So that's a small little singing for my lovely Healing Our Earth family. And
Lovely, lovely.
first
And
of all,
one more.
yeah. तुम मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए, हाँ तुम मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए, ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूंगा जिंदगी भर, ना हो तू उदास तेरे पास पास मैं रहूंगा जिंदगी भर, सारे संसार का प्यार मैंने तुझी में पाया, तुम मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए हाँ चंदा तुझे हो देखने को निकला करता है आईना भी हो दीदार को तरसा करता है जितनी अदा उतनी वफा जितनी अदा उतनी वफा हुस्न दोनों जहां का एक तुझ में सिमट के आया तुम मिले दिल खिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए तुम मिले और जीने को क्या चाहिए that's for all of you when you are there for me in my life I don't need anyone thank you
Lovely,
so
lovely.
much
That's cool. Dr. Anukul ji, I think still
Vash,
has some comments
Vash,
on that.
Vaishali ji had sung two songs. The first one was the thrill that you get when you see a friend. And the second one was one that gives you the sense of, what do you call, I should say, a sense of great support and moral lifting. And it's far more deeper in philosophy. Could you just, for the sake of the world audience, give a broad description? Because the Hindi songs are extremely rich. They're very, very rich. They're not very simple things to understand. So if you really look into the poem and the way it is described, it's very interesting. How you describe how
absolutely
you thrilled. Just have a quick,
absolutely
just see if you can translate it. And it's not easy to translation. You can never translate a normal language that easily.
First of all, Anukul ji, thank you so much. And yes, friendship and the whole meaning of like, I would say that before I literally translate it, I would just like to say that friendship is love. You cannot separate love and friendship, you know? So I would say that in this song, it is saying that na ho tu udas, tere paas paas main rahunga zindagi bhar. Why are you sad? Don't be sad. I'm going to be with you. I'm there for you till the last breath of my life. Imagine the kind of trust and the faith and the commitment a friend can, give. And even the neuropsychology and today's trauma healing, Nishit Bhai, amazingly said this, that it's all about feeling safe, feeling seen, heard, and loneliness. So if you have a real friends, you don't have to be, like a whole army. I think even if you have 2, 3, 5 good people in your life with that they are not going to judge you in any situation, no matter whatever happens in your life, ups and downs and all types of life situations comes in our life, but that friend remains the same. That friend will never ask for anything. Even if you stop giving them time, they know that, no, my friend is flourishing right now. My friend is right now doing something important for himself or herself. So they are still there. And even we know that no matter what, whenever, I need them or I need to just speak, they are there for me. So I think this tum mile dil khile, like when I met you, not you met, sorry, when I met you, when you came into my life, dil khile, dil is a heart chakra. And what a beautiful, deeper meaning spiritually as well, that, it's not easy to open heart chakra. It takes so much courage, immense courage, after going through a lot in your life, a heart closes. It doesn't want to open. When someone is going through a lot in their life, the heart chakra is the toughest one, to open, to flourish. So I think this song has a deeper meaning, but you rightly caught it. And also, like, the stanza also is so beautiful. One of the closest song of, I think for till the end of my life, I would say this is going to be one of my most favorite song. And it says that, Chanda tujhe dekh kar bhi, दीदार को तरसा करता है. Like even moon is so much like a, craving just to have a glance of your face. And jitni ada utni wafa. Like whatever is, like how much you are having a beauty and grace, you are having the same wafa. Wafa means, the dedication, honesty, that loyalty. So this is such a beautiful, even it applies in friendship as well. It's not just for your love of your life, it's for your friends. So this song is definitely for one of the, I think most appropriate song for today's, episode. Over to you, Amrita, Anukul ji, what you
Thank
said.
you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much,
So,
Vaishali ji.
Vaishali
Please
ji,
stay around. We'll have one more beat. Yes.
I was going to say before Vaishali leaves, I wanted to ask her one question. So, Vaishali ji, what's the kindest thing a friend has ever done for you without being asked?
Nishit bhai, I'm so blessed that, I have, such an amazing friends in my life. But yes, there is one friend in my life whom I don't have to say anything, ask anything, she knows everything. She knows everything since my childhood. And I would say that there is a connection, energy. And one thing what, I was going through a biggest trauma of my life. And that time, that person stayed with me unconditionally, no matter what, she was there for me. So I would say the energy that that person gave to me, in my, the lowest time, I think I can never ever forget that. And I can never repay to the same person, Nishit bhai. But yeah, and
So
that
we
I
have
can
got
never
the
forget that.
we've got the right tagline for the show, Friends Forever, eh?
Yes, yes, friends forever. We are forever for each other, Nishit bhai. I miss you all. I
Yeah.
really wish that I can stay for long.
Back to you,
And
Amrita ji.
also, we must not forget our founder and director, Mr. Neil Kumar. Because of that friendship, we all are here, I think.
He is the
Absolutely.
source of everything today. Amrita, whatever we are discussing here, whoever we are, we all are so grateful to him. He's the man behind everything. I think
The soul
he,
connection, the
yes,
soul
yes,
connector as well.
absolutely, absolutely. We all are soul family, and it's all. I think in Sri Vidya Path, we always say that, when we become the divine instrument, then I would say that Nil Kumarji is truly a divine instrument, and that's how we got all connected.
Absolutely true. So a wonderful friendship day to him as well.
Yes, we miss you, Nil
And
Kumar, and happy friendship day to you too. We miss you.
absolutely,
Yeah.
we miss you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please stay around, and we'll be having one more beat from you. It's time to move on to our next guest from Israel. I'm very happy to welcome her. Global Namaste, Heather. Global Namaste, Anna.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita, Anna, and the Global Healing Our Earth Global family. It's good to see everyone. I haven't been here for a while, so I'm very happy to reconnect with everyone and invite my dear friend Anna Roethlisberger, who is currently based in Switzerland, but is very much a global citizen of the world, to join the conversation and to join the community. So thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah,
Let's
wonderful.
welcome Anna. I think she has joined for the first time. So welcome to Healing Our Earth family, Anna. And we have a lovely family. And over to you, Heather. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. It's a pleasure to be here. And Anna, welcome, honey. Welcome. It's really wonderful to have you here. And I'll just share a little bit of the background that connects us before we kind of head into a little conversation. But the conversation on friendship thus far has been so beautiful. There have been so many poetic points that have been brought up, especially the ecology of friendship, the friendship of ecology, our connection to nature, not only each other, but to nature.
and to these larger ecosystems. So thank you to everyone who's contributed thus far. You've brought up such beautiful points, and especially with the singing that was just offered. So I'd like to build on the singing and offer another sort of artistic modality as an expression of friendship. Anna and I, the origins of our friendship go back to 2009 when we met for the first time here in Israel, in Tel Aviv. We participated in a Gaga workshop, one of the first intensives that Batsheva Dance Company, which is a very extraordinary modern dance company based in Tel Aviv. We came together. There were, I don't even remember how many dancers, but it was one of the first intensives that was offered by this company to learn the language of Gaga, to learn this beautiful movement language that's very much rooted in the quantum field. And Anna and I were among the participants. And so we initially connected through choreography, through dance, and through this really beautiful exploration and research of movement. So we're connected to movement initially through that avenue, but our connection only grew over the years. Anna is a Feldenkrais practitioner, a choreographer, as well, a dancer, of course. So we connected through those avenues of movement. So I want to offer for consideration to the conversation, friendship of movement and movement of friendship. As has been discussed, friendship is dynamic, it's ever changing, and it accompanies us at different stages and expressions of life, and dance movement is much the same. So if we consider friendship as an expression of dance and movement, that it brings a certain beauty to it in terms of how we come together and move apart and then continue this kind of expression. So that's a little bit of context of the connection I have with Anna, and our friendship has navigated far beyond just movement itself, obviously. And I'm extraordinarily grateful to have her in my life. And I welcome Anna to join the conversation. If you're already, are you unmuted?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful. So if you want to begin, Anna, by sharing any thoughts you have on friendship as it's connected to movement, whether it's connected to our origins and connection to each other, or just on a more broad sort of note.
Yes, hello, I'm Anna. I'm super happy to be part of this today. I'm in a sacred village in Switzerland, so I choose a sacred tree where I sit a lot. And for me, it's so important that the body is our present and our presence. So through the body, I think we can always connect in a deeper, universal and global way. It goes beyond everything. So somatic and dance, it's probably the best gift to heal us and to heal others and go beyond friendship, even, I say. It's so high. And it's a beautiful gift also to be in life, to have a tool where you know somebody in a complete different country practice maybe today something which is dear to it, the body, and reconnects. And I think friendship is a constant gift of presence and reconnection to ourselves and to the other. And in this case, I haven't seen Heather for 5-6 years. But she brought me the most beautiful gift while I was in Tel Aviv, one of the most precious home. For a while, I was in a little cottage in the craziness of Tel Aviv, and that was a gift of friendship in a way. And the conversation I had with her over these last 5 years, there was only 2 really important conversations, but it's timeless. So it's something which the body also, he needs to grow, he needs to feel, he needs to go through life. But at the same time, when I had Heather in the last months on the phone, I was like almost crying, because I said, this is my family. Beyond people I have here in Switzerland, it's much deeper. It's something universal, which goes in connection with the soul. And we practice soul, and dance is also a soulful way to connect to our heart. And the heart is something which is always in revolution, and it's at the same time touchable, and sometimes it disappears. And sometimes we need to reconnect, make friendship also with ourselves.
It's so true. It's so true. The soulful element of friendship is so real, and the timeless aspect of it as well. those friendships where you can go years without having connection, without having real-time conversation. But the minute you get on the phone or the minute you reconnect in person, it's like no time has passed, that there's something irreplaceable and timeless and multidimensional about it. When you meet again after all those times, and you bring you're able to bring the fullness of who you have become and all that has informed it, and that they're able to do the same as well, and you meet in full presence of each other. That's friendship for me, and I really feel that connection with you, Anna, and I'm so grateful for that in those times where we are able to come together in full presence. I forget who mentioned the unconditional aspect of friendship. I think that's an important weaving or important thread of friendship, is that unconditional aspect. But more than that is to just feel safe enough in the friendship, in the connection, to really bring full presence and to bring all of who you have become in the time that you've been apart. There's something really special and something truly extraordinary about that. And to have those avenues of connection through movement, through dance, through treatments, because we both share a connection of working with our hands. I work with the Ilan Lev method, which has its roots in Feldenkrais, and Anna has been a long time Feldenkrais practitioner as well. So there's something to be said also for bringing the sense of connection and friendship through physical touch, without any words, that we bring the presence through touch. That's also an expression of friendship. So Anna, is there anything you want to share from like the treatment expression? Because we're in a community, an extraordinary community of so many different practitioners who bring their different modalities to restore wholeness to those who they serve. So any insights you want to share on how touch and how these modalities we work with can also be an expression of friendship?
Yes, for me, it's absolutely the one connection to the hands. I can mostly feel friendship or anything of life if I go with touch in a person. The destiny almost appears. So it's something you can read, something which sometimes you try to explain in life hardly, even to close ones, and it's not understood. With the hands, I feel in that practice, it's never a misunderstanding. It's always a very deep, direct contact without being like, oh, I can do that. But it's an access of a very deep listener in us and in the other. And for me, it's so high, it's so global that I think that's what I want to devote the next 20 years if I'm still here. So it's something I cannot explain in words. It's almost like you read with your hand a whole soul, and you get all the information. You don't need to discuss a lot. And that is very freeing, because when sometimes we talk a lot, we try to explain its methods, or I do this or I do that. But here you just have access to the purest being, which is also vulnerable. And that's what I'm mostly interested in practicing, to be available, vulnerable, and readable also for me and for the other. So that means life is a constant movement and exchange, and something which is never stoppable. And sometimes it's parts, and sometimes it comes back. Also with clients, sometimes they disappear, they come back. Sometimes they suddenly call, you don't know why. But that's for me like a boom, boom, boom. You need to just be able to take these moments. I think as a practitioner, it's presence, listening, and fully embrace that you can do this art. For me, it's an art. It's something higher than anything I can describe right now. It's a
I
dance with
agree.
life.
Yeah,
It's
I agree. That's very
a
much my
deeper,
experience too.
deep dance with life. So
You know, that it
everything,
reminds me. I'm sorry to interrupt you, honey. Go ahead.
yeah, anything we try so much sometimes to connect or to say or to explain, sometimes I don't want to know the story of someone. I just need to put the hand, be quiet,
Yeah.
and it's done. So it's simple. It's very simple. Above technique, above all our education, is just to connect. It's like Indians maybe would say, I pretend, let's have a chai. So if we have that chai, you have a good moment of connection and just making the connection. I think that's the most valuable thing we can
Yeah.
train every
And
day, every minute,
it's
every
it's the
second.
presence. It's really the presence
Yeah.
coming together in presence. And it reminds me of an experience I had in Batsheva. I don't think it wasn't in the intensive, it was in my teacher training. And I have this memory. This was in a studio that you and I had shared many, many hours in, learning Gaga, moving together, et cetera. So the echo of this imprint of the friendship that I had built with you and so many other people lived. It was like a living entity within the studio space. And we were learning a particular choreography from Mamutot, which is a work by Oed Narin. And it's a really powerful work that's rooted in grief. And there are elements of the choreography that are rooted in quorum sensing, this phenomenon of mass flocks of birds moving together that have had no connection with each other, but they come together in this like quantum field of simultaneous movement. And I experienced that in the studio as we were learning this particular choreography. We weren't quite finding the synchronicity among us as a little group. And at one point, our 3 instructors or 4 instructors came together. These are professionals in the field for however many years, but they had never danced together. They were in Batsheva at different times, but the choreography was the unifying force that brought them together. And they all remembered this particular segment of choreography, and they came together and they moved in perfect synchronicity, perfect unison. And because they had this like firmament of friendship and of connection and storytelling through movement, so it allowed for this harmonization of these individuals who had never danced together before to come together and express pure, I don't even know what the word is. It's beyond words, as you kind of said. It's reminiscent of that. That's the power of friendship, is to be able to step into that full presence, to feel a connection to something so much larger than ourselves, and to move that energy together.
That's a very high way to say it, because they are also friends we're losing, not because they are bad people or we are bad, because they are just taking another path. And it happened lately that I was like, oh my God, it can't be that this person goes completely in a new direction, not even new, just a different one. And I had to accept that it's like this. There is not this beautiful statement you just made now, Heather. It's amazing. That's where I'm home. But I felt I maybe need to re-choose certain friendships or circles to have exactly that legacy of gratitude, and not I need to be your friend, because sometimes that's it's not anymore. We need to grow also. So some people sometimes go somewhere else and we can grow too. So that's also certain sadness about friendship, but also the power, what you mentioned, that's the exclusive part. And that's where I'm related also to you, to all the landscape we are in still, even I'm not in Israel.
The connection is there and always will be in some capacity. Yes,
Yeah,
completely. Thank you for joining this
Lovely.
conversation, Anna. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
lovely, Anna.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Dr. Anukul, you have a comment? Well,
Yeah,
Anna, before we take the comment of Dr. Anukulji, and we have Sarah with us joining very shortly, the chai reminded me of the great friendships. Why? But this is a very wonderful thing. In fact, I would say the chais and the teas of India are the great companions of friendship, where people just share with one sip of tea, even if it's a small cup. That small cup is a bond of friendship, I'd say. So if nothing, come forward for tea. Let's have a cup of tea. And that tea has immense gossips. It has all the feelings that is in the heart, which is being shared. Isn't it, Dr. Anukulji? What's your say and your comments? Over to you.
absolutely true. I think Heather had brought in some very, very interesting things in it. She uttered a few words, not only just chai, but also choreography, movements, touch. The amazing, important points from which we really understand friendship. I remember the touch was such a, because after all, it is a tissue memory and it's not something very straightforward and simple. When we were kids, we used to be playing. I remember we used to be standing and somebody would hold us from behind, said, "Who is it?" And then you could feel the hand and, "Oh, it is this, my friend of mine." And it so happened even when I was much, much older, somebody would suddenly put his hands over my shoulder, not knowing. And suddenly I said, "Oh, how's that hand?" Because I've not seen that fellow for the last 10 years. And he'll say, "Oh, that is that fellow's hands." So you tend to remember so many things through the tissue memories. That's very, very important. And a friendship really, that tissue memory is absolutely unique. But there is something more interesting what I felt was about choreography, music, and how that brings together. The communities come together by staying together and dancing and jumping and doing everything together. So person to person, there's a relationship, friendship. There's a community relationship that develops in that way. And one of the most interesting, possibly Sarah will tell us much more in future, and sometime in the discussion, is the friendship with your own self. There's a difference between being lonely and being alone. Sometimes you just want to be alone so that you can connect to yourself. And sometimes you say feel lonely because you don't have the right person to talk to. So it's a very subtle point which we'll talk later on in sometime today. But it's really worth saying, and you touched on very, very interesting things, Heather.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you all.
Yes,
Yeah,
Amrita,
that's very
over to you.
interesting. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Heather. Please stay around. And thank you, Anna, for joining us.
Thank you.
It's really wonderful. Please stay around. It's time to welcome our next guest, Sarah from United Kingdom, Global Namaste. A very warm welcome and good afternoon. Sarah, you are yourself a wellness expert. You are from the holistic healing family. You yourself are an amazing woman. And with the bonds of friendship, what message you have to give to our viewers? But before that, happy International Friendship Day to you, Sarah.
Oh, thank you. It's always a joy to be here, especially when we have gorgeous singing and so many beautiful smiling faces. I mean, the times that I've been here and contributed probably over the last 3 years, it's absolute joy to be here. And I do feel like friendship should flow. To me, it should feel without friction. And it should feel like that ease and goodness of giving. And I love what Anna mentioned. Welcome, Anna, as well, for being here.
Yeah.
I love that grateful heart of gratitude that you mentioned as well, because I think, a grateful heart is so joyful in friendship. And then Anuka saying about the friendship with yourself, that's a whole nother subject. I could talk about that all day long. But yeah, we have to be best friends with ourselves. At the end of the day, we got to live with ourselves the rest of our lives. So we need to really love that. And if we love ourselves and are friends with ourselves, we have so much more to give to other people. But when you asked me, well, anyway, so lovely to be here. When you asked me to speak about friendship, it really made me smile because I've come to realize that friendship isn't something we have, it's something that we create, and it's also something we become, whether that's a great friend to ourselves and a great friend to others. And really, before I say anything else about what friendship means to me, I want to say something about this incredible Healing Our Earth community, because even though many of us, in fact, I haven't met any of you ever in person in my life, across the world, across the countries where you all come from, I genuinely believe that we can feel the sunshine of friendship really radiating through this incredible friendship, this incredible community. It's weird to think that Neil's not with us today, because the way he enthuses on that friendship and connection and community and reminding each other when each other's birthdays are, it's just absolutely incredible. People cheering us on, celebrating one another, sharing ideas, my favorite thing, connecting across countries, cultures and continents, which is, what more can we all say? And it's a beautiful reminder for me that what becomes possible when kindness is our starting point, because to me, that's the whole heart of friendship. And it's so poignant that I get to share some thoughts today, because the past month, that's the whole of July, I was blessed to spend a precious month in sunny southern Spain, with my best friend, who I've been best friends with for 60 years.
All right, always in 2 minutes, 1 minute.
And 40 years of that time, she has predominantly lived in Australia. 60 years. Just saying that word makes me smile, because I think about that for a moment, and I think we have been curious little 4-year-olds together. We've been adventurous teenagers discovering who we were. We've been young women building careers. We've been someone's partner, mothers, dreamers, cheerleaders. And now I think women entering the most exciting chapters of our lives. I don't know if she'll agree with that, but hopefully she will. She's not here to tell me. But we've grown through every phase of our life together. And we've just spent literally the whole of July together with our partners in Spain. And it was like nothing has changed since we were, in a good way, loads of things has changed. But our ease in each other's company, like, I probably can't remember being 4 with her, but, you know, I can remember 10 and 12 and 11 and 12. And this has been brought up by some of other people that have spoken. We can question each other with absolute trust, and we can always find a way through together. And somehow, after all that time, we can simply just literally pick up where we left off. Yes, I'm very grateful for WhatsApp video. Yes, I'm very grateful for Zoom. Yes, I can do all that now. But for 20 years, we had to write letters to each other because she was 13,000 miles across the world. And we still cheer each other on, and we still believe in each other, and we still love laughing together. Most importantly, we love laughing together and still making those extraordinary, precious memories. And in fact, I can't remember the date now. Oops, I think it might have been the 20th of July. Me and my husband and her husband, we took our wedding vows together on a beach in Spain. I've been married for 33 years. Mandy has been married for 37 years. And it was absolutely incredible. It just flowed. We knew we all had to write our vows, just what we wore. We had so much fun. It was impromptu. It was kind of planned. But those friendships, it doesn't matter, does it? Whether it's been 3 days, 3 months, or even 3 years, you simply carry on the conversation. And for me, that is truly the magic of real friendship. That month together made me really reflect on something that over the last 15 years, I've lived in 3 totally different parts of the UK. And every time I moved, people would ask me, aren't you worried about leaving everyone behind? But honestly, I wasn't, because I've discovered something wonderful. Friendships are not built by geography. To me, they're built, as someone else has mentioned, but to me, the word is generosity. They're built by curiosity. They're built by asking questions, by listening, by sharing, by laughing, and literally by genuinely being interested in that other human being. And I've also discovered that friendship does not have to feel hard work. I do know people that actually do make friendship very hard work. And I don't, it's not my vibe. I don't understand that. But when we understand ourselves a little better, when we become friends with ourselves, really true friends, it's easy, and we become genuinely curious about how others feel. And relationships, I'm sure with some of the people here that have already spoken, those relationships can have an effortless flow. There is an ease that comes through trust, through openness, through abundance, most importantly, through abundant heart, and through simply wanting the very, very best for one another. Wherever I've lived, I have found cherished friends everywhere I've been, not because I arrived knowing everyone, but I just arrived open. I arrived open to giving, open to sharing, most importantly, open to asking, open to learning, and then open to receiving. And because wherever we go in the world, we all know this because we're an international, extraordinary community. Wherever we go in the world, people are remarkably similar. We all want to feel seen, we want to feel valued, we want to belong. And friendship often begins by helping someone else feel that they matter. And some of my closest friends, I may only see 2 or 3 times a year. But when we're together, it feels like yesterday. And those friendships never demand, they don't keep score, they simply celebrate one another and they genuinely wish for each other's happiness. And to me, this never been measured by how often we meet, it's measured by how deep we feel and how deeply we literally wish for that other person's happiness. And then, of course, to me, there are those other extraordinary friendships that come woven into everyday life. My incredible partner, John, I've known him for 40 years. My sister, my 2 incredible children, you know, the people that you would drop everything for. And you don't, it's not like I'm doing it because they'll do it for me. It's just an unspokenness that I think those people know every version of us. The polished one, the messy one, the brave one, the scared one, the curious one, you know, and the one who occasionally can't find their glasses while they're sitting on top of their head, you know, those friends. Yeah, Sarah, they're on top of your head, can't you see them? But don't get me wrong, Anuka mentioned this. I genuinely do love my own company. I love walking, I love talking, I love thinking, I love learning, I love dreaming, I love growing. But for me, we all know that life becomes so much richer when there's a friend to walk with, a friend to jump through it with, a friend to laugh through it with, simply share it with through friendship, funship, kinship, love, laughter. I mean, I could think of 1,000 adjectives, and these things really change your world, and they change their world, and perhaps together our whole world, which I just think is the core of healing our earth, across cultures, across countries, across generations, or even across the garden fence. So one thing I'd just like to leave you with to consider, which I consider for myself, is not do you have good friends, but would you want to be your friend? Someone who smiles often, who shares generously, who listens with curiosity, who cheers other people on, who brings out the best in others and is open to receive themselves, to open to receive kindness and generous enough to give it. And I think that's where the core for being a really good friend and finding a good friend comes from. Because if each of us becomes that friend, would you be your friend? Just imagine how much brighter our families, our communities, our countries, and our world could just become. Sometimes healing our world or our earth doesn't begin with something grand. To me, it just begins with something wonderfully ordinary, genuine friendship, one warm smile. I've met 2 people today on a walk along the river where I live, just chatting, smiling, got into conversation with people. And then I realized when I was talking to them, oh my God, today is the weekend of International Friendship Day. One conversation, one act of kindness, one friendship at a time. And that's kind of it. Happy International Friendship Day, everyone. And thank you for being such wonderful friends to one another across the borders and the countries that we all live in. So, yeah, beautiful. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. That's wonderful, Sarah. The way you have been talking about your understanding about friends, I think that also brings a very different perspective about life in its own way. And to know about friends, to treasure them, to understand the values of friendship is another parameter on that, actually. And that friendship, I think, counts on many things beyond materialism, and that counts on so many things that are unseen but still valued and treasured, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lovely way to look at it, beyond material things. I mean, what is it they say, you know, on your last day of your life or whenever that is, you're not gonna treasure all the material things you had. You're not gonna treasure any of those things. You're gonna treasure the memories you made, the friendship you had. You know, those are things that will stay with you for eternity, for this life, the next life, and all of those that are to come after that. So I think it's really worth remembering. And I loved what somebody said about friendship with plants, with trees, with animals. I mean, when I was in Spain, my friend has a beautiful basil plant. So of course, basil is a boy's name in the UK. I don't know about other countries in the world. And so every day I said hello to Basil, because Basil was providing me with gorgeous little leaves to go in my salad every day. And I'm very grateful to Basil. So, you know, you can say that to anything, can't you? And I loved that. Whoever pointed that out, I thought that was beautiful. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Ghazala, your 1 minute comment before we move to Dr. Kailashji and Bhavji from United Kingdom. Over to you.
Thank you, Sarah. That was actually beautiful comments. I love the fact that you and your best friend and your husbands and you had your vow commitment at the same time. I think what better way than a showing a unity of friendship and whatever is attached within it, be it your spouse, partner, and husbands, you know, to do that. I think that really is a bestie sign for sure, right? And some great points that you've mentioned, again, is picking up wherever you've left, which I've said before. And more importantly, is that connection that we have is how do we feel? How do they make us feel? And where that feeling takes us, and longevity of friendship is a key point. And you take the good, the bad, and the ugly with it, don't you? And take all the rides of the storm that comes with it. So beautifully said, beautifully commented, and it was just my takeaway from that commitment. So yeah, thank you, Dr. Amrita. Back to you with the next part of our show.
Thank you, Sarah, for joining us. Please stay around, and it's time to welcome Dr. Kailash Parekh, Global Namaste. A very warm welcome to you, and how happy International Friendship Day.
Global Namaste to everyone and a happy International Friendship Day. I'm really, really excited to be here today and just heard Sarah. I thought I just came in when you were speaking and I heard a little bit of Dr. Anukul. And, you know, those are the words that I wanted to sort of share as well, that friendship, it's so special, this friendship. It's a blessing as well. And like in our Hindu tradition, in our Vedic scriptures, he says Vasudeva Kutumbakam, and this is exactly what you said, Sarah, you know, about the healing aura. We're all connected through Nilkumar and Amrita ji's brought us together. I haven't met you, Sarah. I haven't met Heather and Lata ji and everybody, but I feel they're my friends. And, you know, just talking about Ghazala, you know, I wanted to say, Dr. Ghazala, you know, I'm not met you, but you resonated so much warmth and love and friendship, you know, and just like exchanging some of our greetings with each other. And I just felt, oh my God, you know, I've never met you, but I feel so much love and connection. And Amrita as well, I just feel like, you know, you're just one big family. And, you know, this is just so beautiful today. I think we should celebrate, you know, Friendship Day every day. And really, I'm looking forward to all the other speakers, but what I've heard so far has really inspired me. And I do have my own couple of guests today. And I know that Pav is here and she's on duty at the moment. And she's kindly said she'll say a few words. So I'll let Pav say that. And I want to say a few words later on about friendship that I've already prepared. So I'll introduce Pav Parekh. Again, you're a very, very proactive person in the community, and she has got some few words to talk about today to share on friendship. So over to you, Bab.
Hi, global namaste to you all. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. So obviously it's about friendship. I was just listening to the end of what Sarah was saying. It's absolutely amazing. Friendship is what you make of it. And absolutely, would you be your friend? I think I'd be mine. So I think a chosen relationship between two people or more is what a friendship is. It's kindness, respect, trust, honesty. It's a bond that we build throughout the years. I mean, I've got friends of, obviously, if I give my age away here, I apologize, but like over 40 years, you know, through school and college. And it makes us evolve as well. It makes us change our perspective on life and what we see things. Our beliefs aren't always, well, my beliefs aren't always the same as my friends' beliefs, but we learn to build a trust, you know, and I think it's just something that we get along with throughout our living life, really, an everyday life. You know, we have the same interests, likes, dislikes. There was just a quick quote. I mean, I'm rushing today because I've taken a bit of a break to come here today, so I'm really sorry. But good friends are like stars. You don't always see them, but you know that they're there. and all my friends are like that. And Gaila Shanti, I met through this social networking and working through our community together. I believe is one of my closest friends at the moment, and she seems to be there for me all the time, guiding me, showing me the right path, encouraging me to better myself. And what more should a friend do, apart from that? And that's what I believe that friendship is,
Thank you so much, Val, for those words. Beautifully said. Thank you. And thank you for taking time in your busy schedule. We hope to
no, God.
Thank you for coming along. And
No,
I know you have to
I'm
get
sorry
back.
I can't. Yeah, I'm so sorry I can't stay for the whole talk, but I will look at it on a replay. So yeah, thank you, and namaste to everybody.
A small note for Bhav. You do not know the dress that you're putting on is biggest, what do you call, representation of friendship on the roads anywhere in UK. Let me tell that to you. I'm a hospital doctor, so it is easy for me, but let me tell that to you. That particular uniform gives the biggest sense of friendliness, no matter where you go. You get that uniform, you know you got a friend around you.
It's a superhero uniform.
Yes.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much. Namaste to everybody.
All the
Thank
best
you
in the
very
world.
much. Thank you.
Bye.
No, thank you, Dr. Anukul, for that as well. It feels like a family, doesn't it, when you see somebody with a uniform and you connect, don't you, as well?
Absolutely.
So that's brilliant. We do have our next speaker, I think, Mr. Deepak Bhai. Deepak Bhai, you there? I did see you earlier, so I think Deepak Bhai's got a few words of friendship to share with us. So over to you, Deepak Bhai. Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought I'd already unmuted. Global Namaste to all. A special Global Namaste on this World Friendship Day. So yeah, from our perspective, Dr. Barak and myself, when we were talking about this, we thought, well, what points should we be talking about? And actually, in some ways, with these types of conversations, it's always what comes from the heart. So and many of the points actually have been nicely, I'd say, genuinely covered by all the speakers on this call. So yeah, it kind of shows that actually those are the sort of the key values, and I suppose the drivers for a good friendship. And I like the point that Dr. Goaswami made about friendship with yourself, because I think that's got to be the starting point. If you can't be friends with yourself, then probably a little bit more work is required. But then, most things start from home. So, creating friendships with your family, your children, your partner, your parents. Sometimes it's easy to put things into different boxes. And yeah, I'm guilty of it myself, because sometimes you just go into role. However, a lot of things happen more smoothly if you adopt a sort of friendship approach, which I think is definitely helpful. Also, I think it was touched on by the lady previously about Sarah. I think it was about nature. So connecting with nature. I mean, that's going to be one of the truest relationships, I would have said, only because nature is your friend anyway. And in the past we've had pets, and there's been no loyalty greater than the loyalty given by a pet. And I'm sure most of you are nodding away or feeling it from within. And plants as well. I know the conversation about basil. So yeah, these things are truly nature's our friend. We should look equally to approach those things as our friends, and look after them, and have that view that those things won't be helping us unless we value them. I think also from where I am, and where my kind of involvement in my organization is having that friendship with Almighty, because a lot of the times you're kind of your learning, your teaching, your baseline comes from that. And you may be left, if you're in a difficult situation or you're stuck, and perhaps you just want some sort of guidance, that can come through your sort of scriptural references. And it happens all the time. It happens every day almost for me, where if I need clarification or I'm just considering something, the answer sort of pops up very often. And even from our monks, we call them swamis. So there's loads of different kind of examples of this. And I suppose your best friendships are the ones where you feel you don't actually have to pour effort into it. They kind of just happen and they're there. And I know reference was made to friendships that lasted many, many, many years. And you know, even if you were to buy any sort of friendship, it wouldn't last. You know, so friendship isn't something you buy. Friendship is created from feeling, I guess, and sort of mutual respect and so on. So yeah, with you know, this special day, it's nice to mark your deeper friendships. And we also, within our sort of religious beliefs, we have our spiritual leader, our guru, who we also would consider, or I do consider, as a friend, because they've got your back. So people who, you know, are your cheerleaders, your supporters, and are prepared to give you genuine, truthful advice and guidance, they'll be your friend. But also make time for yourself. Make sure you are your best friend. That goes a long way. I do have to jump off because I can feel my little ones are requiring my attention. But it's a global namaste to all, and I, like previous speakers, consider this as a very big global family, and yeah, many friendships. And yep, I've not met many of you. I have to admit, Dr. Kailash Parekh and a few others. However, you know, genuinely, and I've said this to Neil Kumar as well, that you know there's a connection, there is a friendship, as an openness and honesty about healing our group, and yeah, that brings us back every time I'm asked to sort of jump in and contribute. I almost feel like you have to do it. I have to jump in. So yeah, I will be jumping off. So a global namaste to all, and happy Friendship Day. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Deepak Bhai. That was wonderful. Can I just say, Deepak Bhai and I have not met each other in person yet. We've only met online, but we seem to be connecting so well, that friendship, that trust. I can always look up to you, Deepak Bhai, and say, Deepak Bhai, can you make a contribution? You're always here, always supporting Healing Our Earth. And look, what a big family we are now.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wonderful.
I probably should say, actually, sometimes friends are family, and sometimes friends can be even, you know, have that stronger connection, stronger than family. It's because it's that love, that connection, it's that mutual respect, it's the energy that's created there, which and sometimes that doesn't necessarily exist within family. So yeah, it's nice, and I always walk away feeling I've learned something, or I've taken a bit of good energy away from joining the call. So yeah, good.
Thank you so much, Deepak Bhai.
All right, global namaste to all. Thank you.
Global namaste. Okay, so Amrita ji, we've had good speakers.
Kailashji. Yes. I'd like to take 1 minute of a comment before we move and invite Suresh ji. Over to you, Nishad Bhai, and then with Sarah, and we also have Anna, and then Dr. Anukul ji. Over to you.
Deepak very well said. You know, friendship is the only relationship that we choose entirely freely. We don't choose our families. We often don't choose our colleagues or even our neighbors. But a friend is someone who has no obligation to us at all, but stays anyway. And that's what makes it remarkable. And I think every friendship is a small daily vote of confidence in another human being around us. So yeah, absolutely true.
Yeah. Sarah, your 1 minute of comment.
Yeah, no, thank you Thank you, Deepak. That was beautiful. Yeah, everybody's got such wonderful insights of their own to share, and everything, it just builds on this lovely layer of something else and something else, and you just realize that, yeah, we all have friendship we all have exactly the same way of feeling it, in but we can all express it in different ways. And I love I love what Nish said as well about, you know, we can't choose family, right? We hope that our family will become brilliant friends. Our children will become beautiful friends if we have children. But that's that magic. I've never thought of that before, that, you know, there is no obligation with friendship, and yet people stay anyway. So that's a beautiful reflection of yourself, of ourselves, that people want to do that with us and for us, and we want to do it the other way. And we should not take that lightly. We should really celebrate that with joy and grace, because that's extraordinary, isn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, what have you to say?
Well, I must say I'm very touched to listen, and also to feel that the friendship with ourselves is really a primary first need, probably, that we all can bring this love we have in ourselves to others and all our gifts. And yeah, I wrote the letter because before I spoke here, and I wrote it to me. I said, okay, let's face what's a friendship. And I had a lot of thinking. So for me, it's beautiful to listen to other people also, that it's not categorizing. We meet who we need to meet to be our friend. And this is in the soul. It's in the soul.
Yes, definitely. Yes, Dr. Anukul.
I have one word which Sarah had spoken, and that is about an effortless flow. It's a very powerful word, because it's something that flows automatically without making a real effort. But how does it really happen? It's something worth thinking of. In our traditions, we use a word called samskara. Samskara means you do a certain activity from the beginning of your childhood, that you're taught that you have to do this, and do this certain activities. And if you keep on doing that on a regular basis, it becomes a part of your character. So you get up and thank your mother. You thank the soil that on which you're going to place your foot. You thank your parents. You thank your grandparents. You thank your family, people around, and you learn how to thank people on a regular basis. Ultimately, that becomes your character. And it says, then you ultimately connect yourself to a community. And then you stay together as a community, and you always work for each other. So all those communities which work together, I mean, many of the people who have been staying in very different countries, maybe Israel and other places, they've gone through a lot of stresses through many years. But it's when they've formed communities and worked together, then certainly found that they have some sort of peace and respect for each other, and also making sure that they're taking care of each other, they don't land up in bad problems. So these are all part of samskara. That means you learn through the practice from the very early childhood. It is something that I learned while I was in the army, and that's very important. What we are taught, that each unit which had 800 soldiers, he says your job is to take care of the 799, and in the process, the 799 take care of you. And so when you leave the services and come out on the CV roads, you're all for yourself. You don't have the 799 taken care of you. That's what when I went to my boss and said, sir, I'll be leaving the army and I'll be doing this. He says, are you sure you want to be? Now you have not only, of course, the whole army administration takes care of you, but you have now 799 people not looking after you. And that's absolutely true. Whether that be in the battlefield, that be anywhere else, these 799 people are always looking after you. So that's also part of a sanskara. You train yourself I'll be taken care of by my friends. That's all about it. And those friends are really such powerful friends. You can never get it otherwise, whether that be your family also. That's what we say in the service environment. Your actual friends and family people are there, not even your own family people themselves. It's amazing how sanskaras are important. There you are.
Yeah,
Over
Sarah,
to you,
you have been
Samskara.
also mentioning about, yes, you have been also mentioning about the family being friend, your
Yes.
partner being a friend, and with that friendship, sometimes these friendships are so countable that you must have seen most of the time A husband-wife relationship, they become so good friends that when one passes away, the other person's energy just depletes. And this bond of friendship is again very special, that comes in one way or the other. So we see friendship in so many forms. What is your take on that before we move to Sureshji?
That's very interesting what you've just said about the when you have a lifelong friendship, say it's your partner. I saw something recently on social media, I can't remember exactly what it was, that it was to do with marriage and bonding with somebody, and it was like, when you found the right person, you if you didn't have any other friends, if you didn't, that person, you would be happy to spend 24 hours with, right? Because you have enough interest, joy, respect, love, care, fun. I mean, I'm all about fun, right? I really do believe that, laughing and fun and feeling like that, a bit of a curious child can really, really help friendship stay and last. And, I don't know, I can't explain it really, but other than how I feel about it, but the friendship in family, like, I just feel like you can't force it. You either are or you aren't. You either love similar things, you either have deep love and respect, which is not forced. I know people that have forced relationships with their family and their parents, and that I wouldn't say the love and friendship is there, but they've been taught respect, but it lacks. Somebody else said it lacks the flow and just the natural energy. And I'm an adult, you're an adult, we can talk how we like to each other, but we respect each other and we love each other, and there is friendship. And it's very hard to summarize what friendship is, isn't it? You could write a whole dictionary about what friendship means, and it would be limitless. And the other one thing I quickly want to say before we move on is friendship is formed in so many different. Somebody mentioned about nature. My daughter works at an animal sanctuary in Wales, and some of the animals there that have been rescued from farms or the farming industry, they have formed lifelong friendships. The animals, different animals of different breeds, they will not go anywhere without each other. They curl up together, they lick it. They're literally, it's gorgeous, right? It's so touching. They are literally, and they mourn when one of them dies. It's just incredible. So, like, we know it's not just humans that can feel that love and friendship, but so many different animals. I only know it with farm animals because my daughter works on a farm animals, pigs, sheep, cows. It's beautiful, it's hilarious and beautiful to see their friendship as well. So I don't know if that's relevant, but I love seeing that.
Absolutely. Over to you, Dr. Kailashi.
Well, just following up from what Sarah just said about animals, there was this video that went viral about this lion who actually attacked, one of the people in the village, and he grabbed hold of him, and it was really scary for that guy. He actually gave an interview as well, but he said he started stroking the lion because of that love and friendship, the warmth. The lion just then let him go afterwards. So he says that power of love and that belonging, that friendship, really did save his life, he said. And it is, I mean, he spoke from his hospital bed about his experience with this lion, how that brought comfort to the lion, just knowing that there was somebody who showed that love and compassion. It was so beautiful, and it just reminded me that, Sarah, when you spoke about animals as well. It's so true. Thank you.
When it comes to animals, there's another thing about the thing is in the Indian homes where you have cows, the Indian cows, they're amazingly conscious of what's going on in the house. You can literally see them in tears, and when something happens unusual at the home, and they've, I don't know, some sort of superconscious connection. Even so do dogs. Dogs who have. So we are possibly going to discuss friendship with animals at home. It's very, very important because for many, these friendships are very, very important because they not only guide the blind people to talk, to walk in places. They're often there at home with many people who forget to take medicines, and the dog reminds them that you've got to eat this, you got to take that medicine. Sometimes the dogs are aware of what's going on with you, and before convulsion comes, they will say, you need to take this medicine because it gets aware of what is going on. There are many animal and insects which are aware of what type of problems you're likely to face in the immediate future. That means in the next 10 or 15 minutes, and they will tell you, you take care of this medicine. It's amazing how animals are connected to human beings in many ways. It is very fascinating. But one amongst them was the cows. And if something was to go wrong in the home, you literally see the cows were in tears. And then if the person is not well, the cow doesn't. Nobody go and tells the cow what's going on. But it's away in the shed, but it still tell you that something is not right at home. Amazing.
Absolutely, absolutely. We will be continuing with the discussion. Kailashji, it's time to welcome our guest, Sureshji from
Yes.
United Kingdom. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome.
Thank you. Suresh is no stranger to Healing our Earth. He's been here many a time.
Yes,
Very
yes,
knowledgeable, very knowledgeable. He actually is a guru, really. He teaches Vedic traditions. And there's a lot of work, don't you, with children as well. So I think me and Suresh had a little discussion, and I'm really delighted that he's going to speak about friendship from a spiritual point of view as well. So over to you, Sureshji.
Namaste and a very warm afternoon to all the single friends on this planet and those who have joined this conversation. I really want to thank Kailashi for inviting me to share my thoughts with you. Before I go on to the main things, I just like to refer to two things Nishitji and Amrita said. First thing is, just one second.
Yeah, I think you're muted. Dr. Suresh Rajpuri, you're muted. Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. My apology. Yeah. Two things I like to mention what previous speaker said. Nishitji said, friends is not something, it's natural bond of love between two human beings. Relationship, well, like some way, we are lumbered with them, whether we like it or not, right? But friends is natural. And it's the only bond that's totally natural, based on mutual respect, without the fear of being judged or judging other person. And that's very important, because we are so good, sadly, about judging other people all the time. In friendship, you can open up and say utter nonsense without the fear that how other person will respond negatively. So that is a very, very good thing. Another thing is, you know what? In a hot country, when there is a sun, you have your shadow when you are walking. Yeah. But when it's dark, even the shadow doesn't give you the shadow is not with you. But friend goes beyond that shadow with you all the time. Amazing. And Amrita said something about husband and wife, which I like to expand on a little later. But let's begin at the beginning. My friends, I feel so overwhelmed when I study the Indic traditions or Dharmic traditions, whether it's Buddhist, Hindu, Jain, and Sikh, they all have the same thing. In all religions, and this is more on an academic level I'm talking about rather than comparing, because who am I to judge anybody, right? The God and the prophet or the messenger or the son of the God. If you look at the Bhagavad Gita, who Hindus regard as a God, that we know, but in Bhagavad Gita's context itself, Arjuna and Krishna, they are friends. In Sanskrit, it's called Sakha Bhav. Sakha means Mitra. Yeah. So, and why it is that? Although Krishna is what I call as a higher consciousness of our human being, and we are the lower end. So Krishna should not be regarded as someone different in its true sense. He's just more evolved person. Now, if, for example, God does something, and Nishitji says, well, you are a God, you can do anything. what's knew about that. But Krishna deliberately brings him down to human form to set an example to Arjuna. That Arjuna, if as a human being I can do it, you got no excuse. That is what I call enabling and empowering other human beings. Sakha. And the question Arjuna asked Krishna, you know what? A normal person wouldn't ask to a god or a prophet. He said, when Krishna says, I'm the God, he said, come on now, that's enough of a joke. You can't be God. For all the things you get up to, you can't be God. You see, so there is a underlying strength of relationship, of friendship. So that is first example. Second example, again, staying in the life of Krishna, right? Arjuna was a warrior, born in a Kshatriya family and all that thing, that's fine. But look at the example of Sudama and Krishna. Sudama was a very, very poor man, extremely poor. And when his wife says that, why don't you go to your rich friend Krishna? I'm sure he will help you with some money. At least we will have food on the table every day. You know, my friend, asking for money or help is hard for anybody because we all have, either we call it ego or self-respect. And because his wife kept pushing him, Sudama had no choice but to go to Krishna, a very poor man, literally a beggar. Krishna is the king of Dwarka. Obviously, in any palace or any big places, there is a lot of security. So the soldiers of the palace wouldn't let him in. He said, just tell him that Sudama has come to see you. I will wait here. So the soldiers or the gatekeeper goes and says to Krishna that someone claims to be Sudama. He said he's your friend, but looking at him, he looks more like a bloody beggar than a friend. He doesn't look like a human being at all. Right? When Krishna heard that, he gets off his Simhansan and starts walking. And to everybody's amazement, here is a king. Forget the God. He is a king. He hugs Sudama. He brings him in. And perhaps you may not know that, washing feet is the ultimate sign of ultimate respect in Indian tradition. In early days of Christianity, washing feet was also regarded as a very, very humble and respectful thing. So now Krishna asked Sudama to sit on the high chair, which was the king's place, and he sits on the floor and washes the feet of Sudama. It doesn't matter whether you are a king or a poor man. Friendship recognizes no boundary. So that is two things historically. Now, when we talk about friends, we have a Mother's Day, we have a Father's Day, we have a Sister's Day, which is called Raksha Bandhan, coming soon. We have Guru Purnima or the Gurudev or the Acharya or the Teacher's Day. And one important day is the Mitra Divas, Sakhaba, which we are all celebrating today. Amazing thing. It goes beyond all known, relationship. Now, Amrita ji mentioned something very, very important, which I like to share with you. On Raksha Bandhan, before I go to Amrita ji's thing, a friend ties a Rakhi to his friend. Traditionally, a sister will tie a Rakhi to the brother for his well-being, protection, and other things. Because in olden days, women looked up to the family, and man was the main breadwinner. And when the father is no more, the brother will play the role of a father. But now, for the last 200 years, now even friends tie Rakhi to each other. It's a thread of protection, support, and I'm there with you. In Hindi, there's a very famous saying, those who understand Hindi, they'll say, Main hu na. I'm there. That alone really gives so much boost to other person's energy. It's unbelievable. You can't help everybody with money, my friend. What you can help as a friend, you can't help with through money. So it's very, very important one. Now, the last thing I want to share, that's what Amrita ji briefly mentioned. Now, Hindu wedding ceremony, yeah? They go around the fire 4 times, char fira, and then they do saptapadi, which is the 7 steps. And 7 steps are the 7 different vows that man and woman takes on that day. You know, my friend, it's just unbelievable. I'm so proud of our tradition. And to share with you, the very 7th and the last vow they take is that we are now married, socially contracted as husband and wife, all these things, that's fine. But the 7th vow says, let us be best friends forever. No husband, no wife, no higher, no lower, no man, no woman. We are equal. Amazing, isn't it? Something that Amrita is. So, a very happy Friendship Day to you all. I hope you all have at least one good friend that you can confine, you can empty out all your utter nonsense in the knowledge that he or she will not judge you. And that's the best thing we can have, or the best relationship we can have. Thank you for allowing me to share what I call my utter nonsense with you. Hari Om.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Suresh. Always feel enlightened and empowered after your speeches. Thank you. Okay. Did you want to mention something about Shabri Bai as well? You mentioned. Do you remember?
Wow. Now, you see, really, when Kailash said, I'm the guru, she lied. She's the guru. But she's so humble. Yeah. I mean, look at the Shabri, although I'm dead against this caste system, so-called, it has been totally misunderstood, misrepresented, and it's been misused, abused. Yeah. Shabri was born of so-called low caste, lower in the low caste category. And yet, with Rama, she was a friend. Now, can you imagine, my friend, if I eat an apple and give it to Nishitji, he wouldn't be very happy. For health and hygiene, that's fine as well. But Shabri actually eats the bowl or the fruit to make sure her friend Rama doesn't get a khatta thing, he just gets a sweet one. And Rama actually so gladly consume it. Can you believe that? It goes beyond all the norms of this world. Thank you, Kailash.
Thank you so much. Just shows that friendship is boundless, isn't it? It's borderless, it's
totally innocent bond of relationship between any two human beings.
Absolutely. So beautifully said. Thank you so much. Dr. Anukul, did you want to?
I think the story of Sabri actually summarizes the whole thing. In fact, 2 things that he had discussed about this, the Sappad and all. The one is the Sabri concept is so peculiar and interesting that I will taste the fruit to make sure that it is sweet enough to be given to you. And you just take it because it has now been tested and tried. That's fascinating. And for possibly the more important thing in our day-to-day life is the consciousness of the 7th, what they call, vow that we take after we get married, that we are going to be friends forever. And it is truly possibly one of the most subtle, very important message for a current day's world, where too much of separation and breakup is happening because that particular vow is not looked into carefully. The concept of friendship is, the mutual respect is something very subtle and has to flow on a continuing basis. Thank you very much, Sureshji. It was great. It was fantastic.
Can I just share one? Can I just share one more thing with you?
Yes.
Are you okay for time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I promise you won't like it. I guarantee you will love it. Right. There are 2 friends, and things happen. We all evolve differently, and this is a true story. Yeah. So one friend became very, very successful and very, very rich. Other friend just became very poor. He was struggling to make the ends meet. Right. Now, obviously, they were school friends, so bachpan ke dost, right? And grew up, business, another one was really struggling. Now, Nishit Bhai, what happens that the poor friend had a daughter who was coming 16, 17. And in olden days, they were very worried about, if you are poor, we can't afford the dowry, who will marry a poor man's daughter, and all those things, social condition, yeah? Okay. And obviously, the father was dead worried because no father wants to see their daughter, sitting at home. It's not safe, yeah? But no money. So his wife keeps pushing him. Why don't you go to Nishit? You're a very rich friend. I'm sure he can afford to pay you money, to get the wedding done and everything. Again, asking for money is the hardest thing because we all have self-respect or ego. But here, then, on the other hand, there was a dilemma about daughter's future. So eventually he caves in and he walks up to Nishit Bhai. Now, Nishit Bhai, in olden days in India, Gujarat, he was sitting on a hindora, swing, garma, right? Swinging on that. And his wife was sitting next to him, right? And this poor friend comes. His name is Suresh, by the way, poor friend. There you go. Right? And he said, how are you? A long time no see, and all that thing. And he said, well, it's very good to see you. Is everything okay? Babiji, all right? Anything? And he said, right? Yeah, he said, with a great difficulty, he said, look, it's my daughter's wedding, and we just don't have the money. And if you could help, I would be very grateful. He said, okay, how much you need? It's 50,000 rupees. 50,000 those days was a lot of money. So he says to his wife, who was sitting next to him on a hindora, right, that go and get the 50,000. So wife goes inside, brings the money, and Nishit Bhai gives 50,000 to Suresh Bhai, right? And thank you very much. And the friend goes away. Now they both were sitting again. And Nishit Bhai was crying. So his wife says, well, what's the point in crying? You ain't going to get your money back at all now. I told you not to be so generous. This friend takes advantage of you. Nishit Bhai says, I'm not crying because he's not going to give the money. He said, I have failed him as a friend. I should have known that he has a daughter, and I should have offered him without him having to come and ask for it. What a beautiful example. Thank you.
So Suresh Bhai, you've just expressed something I was waiting for somebody to say. Like in their own culture and tradition, because we've got a multicultural group of people today. I was just looking for somebody to show in their culture or tradition, what does friendship look like that the rest of the world might not know?
Interesting.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's exactly, I use the word samskara, because that in sanskara, that is exactly what is taught.
Absolutely.
That you have to be aware of everybody in your community, and you are taught to do this in a certain way. That is why in a traditional Indian village, everybody looks after the others' problems and issues. If you don't have the food, they give it
to you. You reach out first, proactively.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Amazing. So, okay, fine. Kailashi, is there a next presenter?
Yeah, I think I did have one, Dr. Ushpaji, but unfortunately she's taken ill today, but she sends her best wishes today. And she was going to talk, she comes from a medical background, so she wanted to speak about friendship and mental health. But
fine. Okay, so what I can do is I can cover the next bit of time until we've got Haniji joining us very soon. So whilst we wait for Haniji to join us, I wanted to do something a little bit different. So, we've all heard beautiful things today about what friendship gives to us.
Yeah.
But I wanted to spend a few minutes on what friendship asks of us. Because I think that's the part that people sometimes struggle with quietly, don't say out aloud. So I'm going to look at three things that I was looking into the topic. And I'd love the panel and everybody in the chat to sort of jump in on all three of them. So the first thing I wanted to check in on was, why is it so hard to make friends as an adult? So like nobody teaches us how to make friends, right? As children, we didn't need teaching. You just sat next to somebody for a year at school and that was that. But at some point in your 20s or 30s, that machinery just sort of switches off. And a lot of very successful, very likable adults are quietly wondering what's wrong with them. There is nothing wrong with them. Childhood friendship, I think, had three ingredients built in, and adult life sort of removes them all. So number one is proximity. You were in the same place every day without choosing to be. There was repetition. You saw the same people over and over, unplanned. And three was unstructured time. When you have nothing to achieve, nowhere to be, right? You're at school or wherever. But as adults, every meeting is scheduled, purposeful, limited in time. We get a lot of contact, but very little proximity. So if making friends feels a little hard, it's not a character flaw, it's just that conditions have changed. So which means friendship in adult life has to be deliberate. Nobody's going to sit us next to each other anymore. So I'd like to ask the panel a few questions. So when did you last genuinely make a new friend, and how did it happen? I'd be interested to hear that. So we can go around the room, Anukul ji, and then we'll go around the room.
Nishit bhai, I was going to ask that question. You know what? That is one of the things that I was just, in fact, one of the things about friendship is I had always felt that if you might have acquaintances, you might know many people, but when it comes to friendship and you literally have them on your fingertips, that these are the only people who I can count on, who will come down anytime to help you. They will in fact ask without even asking you. They will ask for that, do you want this? I can never forget. I was in the Himalayas, in the mountains, and my friend got to know that I was there. But there was a big shortage of supply for certain type of boots, which was meant to be used in this typical snow boots in the army. And of course, then he said, do you have snow boots? I got a letter. I mean, the letter is to reach us after about a month. So I said, no, I don't have. I'm quite all right by myself. And certainly after a couple of months, I got a big parcel, which was very unusual in the army. You know, the parcel is always open and seen what is there inside. And of course, it came to me, and then I wore it. And it came from nowhere. And he possibly had some snow boot in his another part of the Himalayan market somewhere else, but he sent it to me. And I had not been gone, I had not been home for nearly 2 or 3 years, and he knew that it would be difficult for me to. He landed up in my home to see my mother. And when I went home after, and I mean, he came, it possibly took him nearly 4 days to reach my home. And he stayed there just to tell her hello. And he was there just for a couple of hours and went back all the way by another 4 days. So it is just because he knew that I was not being able to communicate, and he just came down. So it is the same friend. And even now, he is, of course, somewhere in Oman. And he might suddenly call up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Hi, uncle, how are you? I've not heard from you for some time. Anyway, I'm all fine. Then he would talk for 2 minutes and then go off, and not talking for another 2 years. But that is the type of guy he was. These are the friends who were always there whenever there's any issue, anytime. So that is, such people are very rare. They're not always common. And I would say, if I were to say anything at any time, I possibly have no more than actual 2 or 3 friends.
Okay.
Acquaintances many, but friends not that many.
Sarah, what would you say? What was your last friend that you made, and you know what caused that friendship to blossom?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on a point you said as well, Nishit, that as we get to become adults, it becomes harder to make friends because it's almost like it's either based on, will they like me, judgment, all sorts of layers we've got, which we didn't have as children. I really understand that. But what's interesting is there's parts of that I actually think I found it just as easy to make friends as an adult than I have because if you give more than you want to receive, you will find amazing people everywhere you go. If you're curious, you ask questions, you genuinely show an interest in them, you will often find, I know that about that. Oh, I did that. All of a sudden you find these similarities between you because you've been open to sharing, open to asking, and then you think, yeah, you're my kind of person. I could have a coffee with you. I could go and, hang out with you. So I think if you're open to doing that, and I run a women's community as well online. And I'm the host of it. So it's all about bringing women together. But what I've realized is that you can find friends if you're open as an adult. Like I've been all over the country. I find friends everywhere I go because I'm just curious and I act like, what did Socrates say? All I definitely know is that I know nothing, right? And I think if you have that mentality of being curious and open to ask people, find out about them, you can find amazing friendships. Anyway, sorry about that. What was your question?
So the question was, when did you last make a genuinely new friend, and how did it happen?
Oh boy,
love. So a new friend that's become a close friend just in the last 6 months. It was a very good friend of my daughter. And so he sits in between my daughter's age and my age. There's about, there's 30 years between my daughter, and then there's 15 on either side. And he has a very similar energy to me. He's fun, he's happy, he loves good food, he loves dancing, he loves all this sort of stuff. And my daughter became very, very good friends with him because they lived in the same village. And she immediately said, "Mum, you're going to love my new friend." And I'm thinking, oh, I take that as a compliment. And now I've stayed at his house. I've house sat for him. I've dog sat for him. He went away at Christmas and he gave his house to us for Christmas because he said, "I would love you to come and stay in my house." We're planning trips to London together. And I kind of think, so my daughter is also my friend. So, and we haven't talked about this very much, but I trusted her to think, yeah, Mum would like this person because he has a similar energy to my mum. He's interested in cooking. He loves vegan food. So sometimes you can be a good friend maker for some of your other friends. You know, when you meet someone, you think, "Oh my God, you two would get on like a house on fire." And I know that's a very weird English expression. I've no idea why a house on fire is a good thing. But anyway, you two would get like a house on fire, right? So that friend has become like a really beautiful friend. I feel a great sense of love and generosity to him. We make each other laugh, and that's just been in the last year. But when you meet someone, you think, I feel like I've known you all my life, So yeah, stay open. There are amazing other people just like you out there, or people that are different from you, but you'll find something that you just think, we've got a bond. It's like you've known each other from a past place. I don't know. I can't explain it.
You said the magic words, stay open. That's
Stay
it.
open. Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Ghazale, what are your thoughts on this?
Absolutely. Staying open is crucial as well. And that's where you do invite a lot of flow of friends into your world without judging and just being open to learning, I think, and being in that space of no judgment. But for me, that question that you just asked was some of my recent friends. And what's interesting in today's call is Anukul, you mentioned in our last conversation about the possibilities of exploring Tai Chi and the work of that, right? So my little head went off on the wonders of to do so and find local groups. So obviously, when I decided to semi-retire from the world of teaching Bollywood dancing and Bhangra dancing because of health issues, one of the guests that was going to come to that event couldn't actually make it for that particular event because she wanted to see me there and dance perform. And she sent me a private message. And again, a lot of our community is an online one. And it's interesting how we do the online and in person. So she reached out and said that she was sorry that she missed the event, but she really wanted to connect with me and could we arrange to meet up? Sure enough, absolutely open to that. I said, well, yes, of course, we're not that far from each other. And we arranged for us to meet up over coffee. And in that meeting and that chat, we got to sort of get to know and respect each other's background and be open to learning of the other, right? So both of us were on the page of me trying to learn about her and she was trying to learn about me, to the point that in that listening, which is a key crucial part of friendship as well, in that listening, she mentioned that she is going to go to a local Tai Chi class, which then my alarm bells rang with Anukul saying, find a local group. This one happened to bring me that information. And I said, when is it and how can I get to it? Within that was that after our coffee morning, we met up at a Tai Chi local class and did the exercise class together, which formed another circle of friendship through that connection. But also, in addition to blossoming friendships, she is today one of our guests that I will be introducing to you later, who's actually going to be sharing her story. But that is, again, another most recent friend is where the little, dots get connected from this and that, and people have meaningful conversations and something sits with you that means something to you, that you feel that meaning of something and something brings you to that. And it's, again, amplifying that vibe out to it. And that's really something that I'm proud to say that, we follow how open we are, what we do with that openness, and how do we take it to the next level of growth and development of that friendship. I hope that answers what you were asking me initially.
Yeah, so everybody's talked a lot about this thing. I use an acronym called FROGS, and you get new friends through other friends.
Yeah.
That's how I met a lot of my friends. Then you also get new friends through relatives, their friends. And you can also get friends through organizations, clubs, or associations you belong to. And also, like Sarah said, you have G for geographical, people who live or work around you. Like you said, you were out and about, had a smile and a chat and a conversation with somebody just this morning. And the last one is, of course, social media, like the online kind of groups and places you can frequent and make friends from there. So, Lataji, you've been a friend of Healing Our Earth for many years now. You can let us know what you think. What was the last recent friend you made, and how did that come about?
Global Namaste here to everyone. Yeah, I think the first person, I think I really love this subject because relationships is so important and enriching our lives and enhancing our journey when we're with wonderful people. And I think my life has become so rich because, like someone said earlier, you've got to be friends with yourself first and foremost. So start listening and loving yourself, which I think Healing Our Earth has helped me so much to go within, mentally and emotionally. And the bonds I've made here has given me a platform to become more confident in going out. And everywhere I go, any event, I just, the divine energy, it's the intellectual there, and because I like meeting people who are intellectually on a different level so that I can have a wonderful enhancing conversation where it's productive and constructive and developing, all levels. So yeah, I mean, the divine just brings in people who then want to help you or are a good fit for you. So this year, in the last 6 months, I have made some wonderful connections, and I'm just waiting for them to flourish. But I think sometimes they do things and I just have to laugh because it's like our minds are both at a different place. We're in different parts, and yet when we come together, the way we've connected is just amazing. Like, I'll be wearing the same color as they are, or they've got the same thing and they're saying it, and I'm thinking, this is what I'm looking for. It's just driving me.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well,
It
stay
was
around.
just
We're going to carry
miraculous.
on with some conversation still around this topic. Kailashji, I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
Every generation thinks that they got it better and smarter than the previous generation. Now, kids born in the 80s will say their generation was different from the kids born in the 2000s, etc. Answer this question for me. Is it harder to make friends now than it was in our parents' generation?
Wow, that's a very interesting question. But I think the answer lies in some of the things that I've heard so far, and my experience tells me a similar experience that I've had. I've made friends easier as an adult than when I was a child, because all the networks, all the networks that I've been developing and going out to different places and meeting very interesting people, some that resonate with me, and that somebody mentioned about energies that kind of resonates with you. So if I just may ask, just share an example now, not to embarrass anybody, but on Healing Our Earth, obviously, Nilkuma is very good at, connecting people. So he did connect me to Dr. Anukul. And interesting enough, we don't live very far from each other. But we've been speaking of, but when we met, I just felt the energy. I mean, just felt that purity and that openness and honesty there, that, that you look in a friendship, the trust, and you can immediately want to work with that somebody. But then you can look up to them and you feel that warmth and you feel I don't know, you feel protected as well. I just thought that this is, this is true friendship. We work as colleagues, but there's this friendship that we can trust and we can open up and I just wanted to share that, Dr. Anukul, because I know, we met quite a few times online, but, that's what friendship is, that, that feeling of comfort and that safety and that trust. And I find it a lot easier. I've made lots of friends in my adulthood than I did when I was younger.
Now, I brought Suresh Pai back on because there's something very interesting that I want to ask him. So, like in the recent past few years, we had COVID. And during COVID, a lot of people went online because that's the only thing you could do. You couldn't meet people physically. It was quite disturbing for a lot of people because they were restricted from meeting people. And this is something that we would have considered maybe absurd just 50 years ago. Many people of us from us now here have people that we consider as real friends, but whose faces we have only seen on screen. People who know what we are going through, who notice when we go quiet, who we'd be genuinely upset to lose, but we have never once been in the same room, right? And there's a little bit of snobbery around that as well. People would say that's not a real friendship. And I'd push back on that a little bit, that what makes the friendship real isn't the postcode. It's somebody who knows you and stays, right? Look at this afternoon. These are people watching us live right now in London, in Ahmedabad, in Tel Aviv, in places I couldn't even name, and people we've never met physically and who've been, talking to each other in our chat room for some time, maybe for months, years, and sharing things that maybe they'd hesitate to even tell their neighbor. But if that isn't friendship, we need a new word. But here's the honest part about it. A digital friendship makes one thing a little bit harder. It's easy to be present online, very hard to be available. So a heart emoji takes half a second. Turning up at somebody's door in the afternoon, that's a different thing altogether. So the risk isn't that online friendship is fake, it's that it's frictionless, and friendship has historically been built on friction. So Suresh Pai, I wanted to ask you this question. What do you think about this new generation of online friendship? And even more than that, I'll be a bit controversial. I've seen people turning to AI to be their friend. So what are your thoughts on this?
That's right. You're muted. Yeah.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Right. Nishit bhai, I like you very much, but I don't like you asking me difficult questions. Now I'm joking. Right. You see, the people you meet online, so to speak, yeah, there are two things. People, for example, who come in this session, they've been meeting regularly, so they know each other's thoughts and all those things. Otherwise, they wouldn't be there regularly, yeah? So you can develop a genuine friendship with them, although they may be miles apart, yeah? But there's a, if you call it, surety about their intention. That's very important, because online you just don't know the real person. Ghazalaji said earlier, joining the dots. There is a very good saying or a Sanskrit Git or Hindi song. It says, व्यक्ति को व्यक्ति से जोड़ने की साधना, व्यक्ति को व्यक्ति से जोड़ने, joining the dots. And that's what exactly what Sarah ji said. She's a good friend maker. I come across many people. And many times you find that each other's views are not compatible. That doesn't mean I am right or they are wrong. Who I'm just, does anybody. Yeah. But I know who Sarah will get on well with Nishit or someone else. And I say, well, I'll facilitate that initial meeting, 3-way call, thing like that, yeah? Because nothing gives me more pleasure than to see two people getting on with each other. And व्यक्ति को व्यक्ति से जोड़ने की साधना is the breath of my life. I'm connecting people. Now, why people don't connect? Why don't people connect? Because there's a fear of being judged. As a child, you don't have that fear of being judged because you are innocent, yeah? But as another, what he will think of me, what she will think of me, then there is other hard reality of life, my friend. there's a very famous saying, and I'm sure you have heard, in English saying, I'll say it in English one, that today's man is money rich, time poor. किसी के पास time नहीं है, right? Now, friendship is like a plant. You have to nurture it, you have to water it, you have to, look after it, all that thing. And it's not that Sarah doesn't want to be a friend, but she has got so many commitments, so to speak, right? And it can be very easy at times to start friendship, but to maintain that requires real ongoing commitment. That's not everybody can do. That doesn't mean that Sarah is a bad person or she don't care for other person. But God has only given us 24 hours and we can only do so much. But I think nothing big face to face. I meet a lot of people online. And I said that, look, when you're going to be in Birmingham next, be my guest. Because once you have met face to face, you have touched each other, hugged each other, something to eat together, you know what? It lays a strong foundation. Then you can continue online. Then he or she can move to Canada, Israel, it doesn't matter. But face to face is very, very important from my perspective.
Go on, Anukul ji.
Nishit bhai, I've got a very interesting question, and this has come to me many, many times, and I think I'm going to ask this question. I've often asked myself this question: can anybody consider me to be anybody's friend? And I always come to a simple answer: it's zero. And I do not know any occasion when I have using the Indian term called nishfal karma. I means if you have got no, suppose I'm hungry today and I've got some food on my plate and I feed somebody else with hunger and I give the thing to him completely without asking for a single piece to be kept for myself, I would say that is friendship. I mean, that is to my is the value of where you've got no concept of taking anything back. You see the person in hunger, you give it to him. When I look back into my own life, personally speaking, I ask myself this question: have I done it that way any time? And I really fail to give myself an answer. So if anybody says that, frankly speaking, if anybody asks me, are you anybody's friend? I do not know. I have yet to be tested for it. But just one second, somebody is trying to admit here. So I do not know how I will come out as with any kind of good results or any positive results. But that is my frank opinion about my own self. I do not know. It's something worth asking, each one of us asking ourselves: have we ever done anything for anybody else without asking about whether you are going to suffer as a consequence of giving something away? That's the way I look at it. Maybe Suresh ji will be able to give us some valuable insight into the Nishfal Karma concept.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think the problem is that we haven't really understood Karmanevadikaraste Ma Parishukadatam.
Yes.
We haven't understood. Yeah. And our problem is our problem, essentially, right? We can't export it to someone else. Okay. When it says do the action but don't expect the fruit, you see, expectation is natural. Expectation is natural in all human beings. To say that we are lying, yeah. What it does say that don't expect the way you want it, right? For example, say 10 of us in a class, GCSE or 11 or whatever you call it, yeah. Now we all expect to be pass the exam, but Sarah might get 100, Nishitji might get 90, I might get 35 and just about scrape through. So it says don't expect a particular outcome of the action. The fruit is going to come your way. And because I was expecting 100 and I didn't get 100, then I get very disheartened. But if there is a God, why I only got? But God doesn't come into it. You just have to bloody work hard. Full stop. Yeah. So Nishkam Karma doesn't mean that we don't expect. We are another important thing. Ankush ji, aapne bahut अच्छी बात की. Right. A very wise people, Sarah ji says that by helping a poor means the person who is in need, not necessarily financially, yeah? By helping a poor, you are making him poorer. The true purpose of friendship is to enable, empower, and facilitate him so he can also rise above the things so he doesn't need the help. And that is very important. That's what I try to do rather than, and in English, we have a very good saying, isn't it? Give the man a fish and he'll be hungry again. Teach him how to fish and he will never be hungry again. So that should be the real underlying intention of friendship, is to enable so he doesn't have to ask for help. जैसे हिंदी में कहते हैं ना, सबका साथ सबका विकास.
I've got something
I
interesting to
think I
say,
managed to confuse
Suresh.
you.
Surajji, I've got something very interesting to say, Surajji, and that is about I was trying to elevate my own mood. In the process, I said, how come I'd be completely zero? And what I come to a very interesting answer that it is very difficult to have a relationship with anybody with the idea and a motive to get something back. And I think that's the important bit. And to that extent, I think I can say that, yes, I have talked to people, I've met people, I've discussed various things, but I don't think I've gone to anybody asking for any help or anything for that matter. And if by accident I've given something, that I'm happy with that enough. But
Wonderful. I am
that's
going to take a moment to say global namaste, Sai Chitranarayan. How are you? How are things in Oman at the moment?
Global Namaste, Nishit, and a hearty Friendship Day to everyone who are here. Oman is fine. I just returned back from Nepal yesterday night.
Lovely. So
Yes.
we wanted to hear your thoughts. We were having a discussion on some of the things to do with friendship. So first we discussed why is it so hard to make some friends as an adult? Some people have it easy, some people don't. But that was the one thing we discussed. And then the second one, we looked at the friends that you never met online that we meet, but not in physical form as such, right? And now I'd like to ask you maybe something on the last section of my session, which was letting people to be your friend. And this is the one that sometimes I find hardest personally, and I suspect I'm not the only one. So most of us are much better at being a friend rather than having one. And we'll drop everything for somebody. We'll drive across the country. We'll say when we are struggling. We will be there when we see somebody struggling, right? And we will say, I'm fine, honestly, we don't ring. We don't want to be a burden. And maybe it's a little bit of a quiet arrogance in that. And I say that about myself first, right? Always being the helper means you never have to be the one who needs help, right? It keeps you sort of safe, I would say. It also keeps this friendship shallow because you've never let anybody see you at your worst. So here is something that I think is worth sitting with. When you have when a friend lets you to help them, they're giving you something. They're not taking something from you. So I want you to tell us that, when the last time somebody helped you out, that you trusted somebody with something difficult, you didn't feel burdened, you felt honored, maybe you felt closer to them. So the question is for you, are you better at giving help or receiving it?
Global Namaste.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yes, Suresh bhai.
Right. That is a very good saying that, and this is a friendly conversation. Yeah, but very level. Because I'm involved with a lot of community work and I do a lot of helping, so to speak. Okay. And I'm using this word just to complete the sentence. Yeah. And a lot of time people say, aren't you really a good person? You help so many people. And then I say in Hindi normally, अगर ये लोग न होते तो मैं अपने पाप धोने कहाँ जाता? So
very good.
I play it down to make them feel that they are doing me a favor instead of me doing them a favor. Sorry about that.
Yes, go ahead, Sai Chitra.
Yeah. Actually, today morning I was just writing. Tvameva bandhuscha sakha tvameva. God's subjects is devotees to test so that their hearts can be purified and their faith in Him can be glorified and strengthened. When we take God as our constant counselor, confident, companion, and mate, the feeling of constant presence, yes, is instilled. Everyone has friends. Every one of us has friends. There is a proverb, when the lake is full, there are also frogs in plenty. But when it runs dry out, a single crow is heard. Friendship ought to be a spiritual bond, I always feel. A pure dedication of one to another. Hey, hello, friends are plenty for all. Baba says it is hello, hello in front and hello, hello at the back. True friendship can only be possible between one Atma and another. That is to say, persons who have realized that Atma is the core of their being. Nowhere in the world one gets genuine sneha, which is declared as the stage to surrender and dedication to God, like Arjuna and Krishna. Krishna was the Purushottama, the supreme being. Arjuna was Narottama, the best human. Krishna was Purushottama and Arjun was Narottama. It was the friendship between avataric incarnated person and Arjuna, the blissful person. The sneham between Avatara Murti and Ananda Murti. When friendship is cultivated with God, it takes us through Ekanta Bhakti, which helps us to look into Antardrishti or inner vision. When the vision of divinity is experienced, peace and Samarpan Bhav is realized. God, my hands are tiny. Once in Prashanti Nilayam, when I was called for the interview, I was wearing a ring, which was 15 rupees. 15 rupees ring where Baba's photograph was there. And when he came, he just patted me and said like this. I said, Swami, I got it for 15 rupees. Then he said, Swami can be bought for 15 rupees. And everybody laughed. And then I thought that I have done some mistake and I was in tears. But that 45 minutes, Baba was looking at me. And afterwards, he materialized a Shirdi Baba Murti and gave it to me. And I said, I don't know anything, Swami, but I love you. He looked at my eyes and said, I love you too. That was, I always feel that he said, all the other friendships, it is all Mayana Bandham. It comes with you only till the burial ground. You make me as your Atma Bandhu, that is eternal friend. I will come with you throughout your life. And he said, how can you make God happy? He said, God is always happy. You can never make God happy. But when you are giving yourself with pure devotion and with genuine care for others, you are happy. And that happiness is union with God. That is the ultimate Sneha Bhav. So he said, if you can have that drishti of seeing everybody as God, then you will not harm anybody. So he said, that is how it is said, Ishvara Sarva Bhutanam. Because God sleeps in a stone, wakes up in a plant, moves in an animal, sings in a man. So that is what is Ekam Vipra, Ekoham Bhagushyami, because one became many. So you have to go from I to we, from myself, me and mine, to thou and thine. So when you go from yourself to, we, ourself, then the journey will be from ourself to he, the eternal master, where there is no return. So that is why he said, Tvameva bandhuscha saka tvameva. That is, God is only, he is Mata, Pita, Guru, friend, and everything. So then we have to see everybody in a holistic manner without judging anybody. This is what I have understood about friendship. Global Namaste. Thank you.
Global Namaste. Thank you. And it's always lovely to have you on the sessions here. And yes, so stick around. We will come back to you again very shortly. And I'll now bring upon another regular member here. We've got Bindu. Bindu, Global Namaste to you. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And a happy International Friendship Day to you.
Global Namaste. 1 second. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Global Namaste, everybody, and wish you all a very happy Friendship Day. And it's so always be nice to be here on this platform. And now I can say that everybody is just like a friends, known faces, known people. And it's a very great time to celebrate our friendship since so many years. So it's always been so good to be here, Nishit Bhai.
Yes. Do you have any special message for any of your friends today?
Uh, just a friendship day. For me, friendship day is like, you just be with that person. Not every day if you call and every day, but like soul, like how we are connected and how we uh, uh, connected with each other. And for me, friendship is very precious. It has to be earned. It can't be, like, okay, you are my friend and you are my bestie. One has to earn that friendship. And that is what, for me, I have very less friends, but very valuable friends. And I'm proud of myself that I can really can see the people's vibe and who is, value to me as a friendship, not any other ways. So always see the people who always motivates you, who always boost you, who always encourage you what you are doing in, and that person should not judge you how you are. That person always to give you a lot of encouragement that no, you can do it, you are the best, like that. And that is what friendship is, means a
Well,
lot to me.
recently you had an event where you did something quite challenging for yourself and you had some friends along with you. So
Yeah.
why don't you tell us about your recent journey and how your friendship grew? And by growth it means there's always going to be a little bit of fighting and a lot of making up, but that's how friendship grows. So tell us about your recent trip and
uh,
how
yes.
it began.
So I think that time also I have logged in for some time from Leh. I just recently been to Leh Ladakh, and it was quite challenging. So I was a TB patient last year, and people was telling me that no, you can't go, you cannot, like the air is very thin and all. But I have challenged myself, and my one of my friend who was with me, but she was fell sick unfortunately, but I could make it without any oxygen at 20,000 feet up. And that was quite challenging, but somehow I could make it, and I proved myself that if one wants to achieve something, it's everything is in your mind. That's it. Don't go by others talk, others judgment, others opinion. If you feel that you are right, you can do it, just go for it. And that kind of advice, if your friend is giving you, then it's a like true friend. If they are pushing you back, no, you cannot do it, don't go, you will fall sick, something will happen, then definitely it will happen. But just listen to your heart, and the people who really motivates you, oh, you can do it, just go for it. So it was a amazing experience. And holding that, I don't know what kind of that, the certificate value holds me, hold that value, that Guinness Book of World Record, but it is in a Guinness Book of World Record, that highest motorable road. So holding that also, it's a quite achievement. So it was amazing trip and amazing experience. And just go for it. Whenever you guys come to Leh Ladakh, or India, must visit to Leh Ladakh. But before that, take training with me.
most Yes, most for sure. Everybody has to get themselves ready for that. It's not an easy task.
But when you achieve that thing, you feel that you have done something in your life, that you have done, you are so strong, because mountain makes you so small.
Yes.
Don't think that you can do it, you can do it. Don't be into that under impression, because mountains will do it what they want to do it with you. So always don't underestimate yourself into that I can do it. mountain can change your perspective in any ways. And I have come back from the mountain very humble, because I saw a lot of different terrain, lot of different like I see that, like how beautiful it's amazing. It was like out of the world, and you are so small, like a ant, like a chitty. You are nothing in front of mountain. And you just I have stayed also in homestays with Ladakhi people also, and they are so humble, so grounded, and unconditional people. They can go out of their way, because my friend was very sick at the middle of the night. That guy, where we were staying with them, the family we were staying with them, they took us to the army hospital over there. नो मेकिंग अ फेस, ओ ये क्या हो गया, आप लोग को ध्यान रखना चाहिए, ये कुछ भी नहीं. हम लोग को बताओ आप ये करना, लाइक द काइंड ऑफ पीपल, द काइंड ऑफ warmth, द काइंड ऑफ फूड दे आर गिविंग. वी हैड ओनली दाल चावल रोटी एवरी डे, बट विथ लॉट ऑफ लव, लॉट ऑफ affection. आप ये खाओ, वो खाओ, वो खाओ. It's like that. And I have come back, the perspective has completely changed.
So
My
it was a worthwhile journey with a friend who made it even more special.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely worthwhile. And I must say that one has to go solo trip, and you can get a time for yourself. That time
Amazing.
you
Well done.
understand,
Yes.
you understand yourself so well, with limited requirement, and with the people you stay with, people you meet, and the kind of nature you experience. So one has to go for a solo trip, guys. Go for it, and it's a altogether a different experience. And once you decide, वो बोलते हैं ना, like whole पूरी कायनात काम पे लग जाती है. So all kind of people, the kind of vibe you want, everybody will come to you and help you. So just go
Now,
for it. It's an
that is
amazing
that is a brilliant recap of your trip, and it's nice to see that friendship plays a big part of it. Right now, what I want to do is do another big part of this session, which is, if I can request Sai Chitra and Bindu to please help us with a song of your choice. Sing us one song.
Mm, uh, very common song right now. It is coming in my mind. Ye dosti hum
Very fitting for
kabhi.
today.
I'm very, very bad in singing. People will run away. So I think that is only, otherwise so we scroll so many songs on Instagram, but right now I don't want to waste any time, and I can say that ye dosti हम कभी तोड़ेंगे, I don't know, तोड़ेंगे छोड़ेंगे ना तेरा साथ. Okay, so please somebody sing on behalf of me. And but otherwise, I love you all, and happy Friendship Day, all of you.
Thank you, Bindu, for being a friend of Healing Our Earth. And, good luck with your journey onwards ahead. And our regards to all your friends, including Hiral and Party.
Yes, Jing Wang.
Yes.
Definitely, I'll tell her.
Okay. Sai Chitraji, if you could give us one rendition, one song of your choice that you think is fitting for Friendship Day, or any other choice. Bear with me, sorry. You'll have to unmute.
For me, my best friends are my children. Because I'm with kids from 3 years to 18 years, giving them lots of sanskaras and values. So I always tell them to follow one thing. I tell them that, like, if you follow these things, you can be a good friend, good person, and good human being. So that is, Be careful, little eyes, what you see, what you see. Be careful, little eyes, what you see, what you see. God is always watching us, He is ever within us. So be careful, little eyes, what you see, what you see. Be careful, little ears, what you hear, what you hear. Be careful, little ears, what you hear, what you hear. God is always watching us, He is ever within us. So be careful, little ears, what you hear, what you hear. Be careful, little mouth, what you eat, what you speak. Be careful, little mouth, what you eat, what you speak. God is always watching us, He is ever within us. So be careful, little mouth, what you speak, what you eat. Be careful, little hands, what you do, what you do. Be careful, little hands, what you do, what you do. God is always watching us, He is ever within us. So be careful, little hands, what you do, what you do. Be careful, little legs, where you go, where you go. Be careful, little legs, where you go, where you go. God is always watching us, He is ever within us. So be careful, little legs, where you go, where you go. Be careful, little mind, what you think, what you think. Be careful, little mind, what you think, what you think. God is always watching us, He is ever within us. So be careful, little mind, what you think, what you think. I tell them, nobody, you need not worry about anything or anybody. If you just follow this, God is there with you all the time. And in the morning when you get up, I always tell, I have taught all my children, go to the altar and say good morning to God. He is there to talk to you. He is waiting to talk to you. And then tell him, hold my hand. I'm going to the school. I'm going to the college. And in the night, you say that thank you, God, for being with me and I love you. Because only God wants two things. He's waiting for someone to talk to him. So you have to cultivate and make God as your best friend. And I'm very happy, around 99 children, they are coming from my value class. All these children are following this. They say that, like, yes, Chitrama, we did, like, good morning, every day we told to God, good night. Because then this becomes, like, it is said that, like, fake it before you make it. So constantly when we are putting those good seeds in their heart, that sprouts into a beautiful tree later in their life. They used to say that, like, I always used to tell him, good doctor, I want to become a doctor, engineer, this, that, so many things, like IT person. So I used to tell them, you all pray that I should become a good human being. Good human being will become a good doctor. Good human being will be a good friend. Good human being will be. So we
The right
have,
values.
yes, we have to give that constantly. This is what I always, lots of value songs I have written, I teach them. This is one thing that I love because, like, we have to be in constant integrated awareness always, so that first we have to internalize, first be, then do, then tell. Without being and doing things, we have no right to tell our children, you do this, you do that.
Children do as they see you do, not what you say they should do.
Yes, they close their ears for advices and keep their eyes open for examples.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing
Thank
the
you.
lovely song.
Namaste.
I want to bring on a few of our presenters, speakers here online, just to ask a quick question. Mitaji, first of all, hello, how are you? It's good to see you. Let me just get you sorted. Good afternoon, Global Namaste, Mitaji. One moment, we can't hear you. You might just have to log back in, okay?
I can take it from...
We can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. So now I'm on two devices, so it works that way. Anyway,
Okay.
so
Bring the other device closer then.
yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Yeah, so yeah, happy Friendship Day to
In
everyone. And it's really, I remember we've celebrated for quite a few years, didn't we, on Healing Our Earth? And so it's really a reminder of our celebrations online and how the community, which started as strangers, have become friends. So this is, and then I remember that, we had this picnic and we met some of the faces for the first time ever.
yes, yes.
And it wasn't like, a kind of breaking the ice or so. Like, oh, you are this, yeah, so and so. And we had another picnic as well then. And we met again. So some friends came from abroad and we met them. So it was so nice that, you can put a face across and you can speak with them in person. So yeah, happy International Friendship Day to everyone, and possibly we should have another picnic. We did put in one of the groups, and it's nice summery days, so we should have that. Friendship, I would say, is more. I mean, you can have friends, many friends. I've got hundreds and thousands of friends on social media, but they are connections, and they are not the friends who know you really, with whom you can open up, you can, kind of let down your worries and, your what you really are. So when I meet my friends who were in India with me in school and in college, it's different. They know a different meter. So to them, I can open up easily because they know me so well. Here, you make friends out of work, out of hobbies together, or healing your earth, or so. You don't know how much people will know you until you meet them, as you were talking about online. Unless you meet in person, you don't know, because body language says a lot. 75% of our communication is through body language. And you can say in words, because it's one way, isn't it? When you write online, it's one way. The voice, if you leave a voice message, a video message, then it has got some tones, annotations. Then that feelings come out. So yeah, it's very important that people meet in person and
Absolutely.
trust each other. The most important thing in friendship is trust, because if people who know me many, many years ago, they trust me. But there's a downside to that as well, because they know that 30 years ago Meeta, and I've changed a lot. So
Yes.
they can't realize why the gap. But things as
Now,
life takes over, things evolve.
yeah, thank you for sharing. Now, you brought up something very interesting. You mentioned the picnic, right?
Yeah.
And with the picnic was some delicious food. And this is what I wanted to talk about. Now, you go anywhere around the earth. See, we have people from Oman, UK, India, and everywhere else. But you go anywhere on earth, different languages, different faiths, different histories. But when a friend arrives at the door, every single culture does the same thing. They feed them first, right? And before the question, before the news, before why have you come, you offer them some tea, some water, something sweet, sit down and eat with us. In India, you'd be half insulted to leave a house without eating, right? I think in the Jewish tradition, welcoming a guest is treated like a genuine obligation you have, right? In the Arabic and Persian cultures, hospitality is like a point of honor, right? In Africa, across the Mediterranean, even across the Indian subcontinent, all these places, same instinct arrived at independently. So humanity may not have agreed on much over time, but this one thing they've all agreed upon over time, right? So I wanted to ask the panel here, what does hospitality look like in your home when a friend comes around to visit you? I'll start with Sai Chitra, and then we'll go to Sue, and then we'll go to Bindu, and we'll go around. I'll just mention names. So, Sai Chitra ji, if you could let us know, when a friend comes around, what does hospitality look like for them? Sorry, maybe I'll get you to unmute. There you go.
Global Namaste. We always say that, like Aditi Devo Bhava, because guests are God. First, like Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Aditi Devo Bhava. Mother, father, guru, and the guest. Guests are, like in Sanatana Dharma, considered as God. In our home, like in everybody's home, I need not give anything. People are coming every day, like 10, 15 people. They just go to my kitchen. They have the freedom to make what they want, and they will demand before I could get things. This is what it is. This is like I've kept this place as Sai abode. This is the abode of the Lord. So Sanjay Sai Baba from Nepal, who's like a Sai avatar, he has come here 4 times to my house, and lots of materializations has happened in my home. And always Swami Baba says that this is not your house, you are staying in my house. So I always, they come happily, they share the same, they are part of our family. I don't even think that they are different. Once they become part of our family, like anytime they can come, they can take whatever they want. We give them, like we all do things together, because I've got a community of teachers, students, parents, friends, and it's a connected, well-knit community. Like both Omanis as well as Indians, and many other nationalities also. So for me, friends are forever.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yes, that is a really wonderful insight. Sue, over to you.
Yeah, in my home, yeah, definitely tea and coffee and hot soups in wintertime when it's cold. That is a really good way to bond with bread of different types. And I tend to do simple food. I'm learning to do more world cookery. And I've formed a group to do some world cookery. So we take it in turns to go to each other's house to try out different styles of cooking. And that's been really interesting and bonding, because you're all talking about food and helping each other, and often ending obviously helping each other cook as well. So that has been really.
I had the chance to experience some Welsh hospitality about 2 months back when I'd come to visit for a conference. And yes, definitely Welsh people are very welcoming, and it was a wonderful visit that we had. So thank you for sharing that. Bindu, over to you.
Yes, I am people person, and I love to call people at my place, and it varies. Like family is different than lavish, food, and I know who likes what, so I make sure that I make that thing for that person. And my home is on Airbnb, so whenever the guest comes in, so I always suggest people that which food from where you can go and have it, and all those inside. And even breakfast also I make very, they love it, like they relish it. And when it comes to my friends, chai piyegi, ye khayegi, like that. So you just ask them and it comes out within, like I love to serve people, I love to do things for them. And people love to come to my house, tere ghar pe pani puri khana, like that. They always give, we are coming home, we want to have pani puri, and all those things. I'm a people person, so everybody is so welcome, and I do things for them. And I cook. I don't cook, I have a Maharaj, but I give him instructions that you have to make this thing for this person, this thing for this person. And people love to come back to my house for having a feast of variety of food. So this is what the scene is in my place. And so friends is different, the family is different, the guests are different, but all of them treated really well at my place.
I can see a common thread here between all of us here. Dr. Ghazala,
I love that, because I think it's our upbringing about making sure everybody's fed well, looked after, and their home, and our home is their home. But like when I deal with my hospitality, it is very mindful, because I know there are some people that are vegetarian, some people have various allergies, certain things. And when I'm cooking, I always have the different options and positioned well enough that everybody I've given mindful thinking to making sure that they are accommodated for that hospitality. But just wanted to say very quickly, it's funny how we talk about hospitable mindset, but back in, my mum used to say to us, you know, when you are entertaining anybody, anywhere, anyhow, even your worst enemy that knocks on your door, make sure that you give them a glass of water. Says more about you than it does about them.
I'm going to pick this up next after we finish this, but this is a very interesting question coming up. Dr. Anukul.
Well, I have got a very simple concept that if you can't have your food today by mouth, for some reason or the other, I'll give it you intravenously. So you have to have something or the other. But let me tell it like this. I was listening to Bindu Vora ji. I was about her visit to Sim, because I used to be working with the border roads. I mean, the organization which made those roads. And the first thing we used to do always, that everybody didn't get a chance while in the army, we never got a chance to eat or stop somewhere. But we always had packs of food made and always keep it ready. The instance you'd be going past, you make sure that you've got a packed food, take it and go. You don't have more than 5 seconds to stand there. Just take this and go. And therefore, food is an essential way of keeping you going, because we all move on our food. We have to have our energy. And it's also the first manifestation of the love that you can show to anybody, because that's how you really say, this is the food for you to survive. And I think it's very, very important. And Satyanarayan ji also had told about the concept of seva and bhakti. These are eternal things. So her particular note on seva and bhakti and the way she manifested the things are absolutely central to our core values. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, now I see Haniji has just come in.
Yes, yes.
I am just going to hand over to her shortly, but before I do that, I do want to quickly complete that last question that I was saying. So, okay, for me, like, of course, yes, like everybody has said, when you come home, you are made most welcome. But when we were very young, my father got me involved in working with the community. So whenever there's a wedding or there's some sort of a prayer event happening or something, we would go in to volunteer. We would be the runners for the catering and feeding people, etc. So feeding people has been put into me since I was like 8 or 9, and I've been doing it for like more than 45 years, right? I still volunteer today, and now it's extended a little bit. So we feed people who are like coming to food banks. So we raise money and we give food to the food banks. We take part in organizations like, for example, Diwali on Trafalgar Square, which Neil Kumar also runs. It's the largest open air celebration of Diwali on a square in the world outside India. We get about 35 to 45,000 people. And at the end of it, we feed about 800 people, the volunteers and the dancers and the people who are taking part. It's a large, task to feed 800 people. And so Haniji is also aware of this event. She's very well aware of it. And so what I wanted to ask is, the last question before I hand over to Haniji, is like, what is one instance, anybody can answer this, one person, what is one instance where you've gone in expecting to be like a stranger? Let's say you're a +1 to somebody and you've gone with them to some event that they're invited to, and you expect going to be a stranger, but instead you are warmly welcomed and made to be part of the people who are there. Anybody have an example of that happening? Go on, Dr. Ghazala.
So we do end up getting that invitation that you don't know the unknown space that you're suddenly going to be. So you're already nervous of your expectations, and suddenly when you have an outpouring of welcome and in abundantly, you suddenly forget what your thoughts were, but you just embrace it, just like wearing the best clothing and really the spotlight's on you, but you also mingle with it. And I've been to many occasions and I've not known the etiquette of that scene really, but when you've had that welcome and that support, they follow you through the different areas and introduce you to people. And before you know it, you're actually fitting in like you've been part of the scene for a whole long time. So yeah, what can seem quite daunting is actually really quite welcoming, and suddenly you've embraced a whole new family. That's very enriching and priceless, really. Yeah.
Superb. So thank you everybody for, sticking with me as we wait for the upcoming session from Haniji. I am going to do a quick intro to Haniji. I doubt I will be able to do justice to this lady. She has been involved in so many projects over the years. So Haniji, welcome to today's session. It's always lovely to see you on the show. And Dr. Amrita is here as well. Dr. Amrita, who better than you to make this excellent
No, I
introduction to
would
Dr.
definitely give
Haniji?
an honors to you, our technical director. Who better than you can do it? Over to
Well,
you. Global
okay.
Namaste, Haniji. You both have been from the very beginning of Healing Our Earth, and it's always a pleasure to have you both together. And today is, the episode also suits with the occasion. So please go
Indeed,
ahead, Nishit bhai.
Haniji and I have known each other before Healing Our Earth came into being.
So that
Right?
goes much better than this, beyond.
So we have a longer relationship than that. But I'll do a quick intro for Haniji. So Hani Kalaria is a dancer, a choreographer, and a Bollywood specialist who's been involved in Bombay Dreams, Merchants of Bollywood, and Pride and Prejudice. And she's had TV appearances on Bollywood Star, Ruby Wax, This Morning, Top of the Pops, Bump and Grind, and so many other places. But she's worked also alongside Gareth Gates, Beyonce, Craig David, Shah Rukh Khan, Hrithik Roshan, Aishwarya Rai, and others as well. An award-winning actress, choreographer, one of the top 3 Asian businesswomen in the UK with 3 Bollywood schools, an honorary doctorate of arts, and a #1 Bollywood workout video. Haniji broke the Guinness Book of World Records on Sky TV by getting the largest number of studio audience to learn Bollywood dance in the shortest time, and worked as a choreographer for Gurinder Chadda's film It's a Wonderful Afterlife, and appeared as a choreographer and trainer to professional performers on BBC's So You Think You Can Dance. Now that's just a little snippet of this amazing lady. Haniji, over to you.
Oh, the other's amazing. Thank you. Even I forgot that I've done all this work. I don't know. You're such a good researcher. And I just wanted to say a global namaste to everyone, to all my dear friends here on Healing Our Earth. It's been an amazing, amazing journey, building friendships. So Healing Our Earth has not been just educating, entertaining, and informing audiences. It's been about building a family, a Healing Our Earth family. And I'm so proud to meet the most beautiful, amazing, kind, loving souls, which I would have never met anywhere else. So thank you so much, dear friends from my Healing Our Earth. Today, actually, I wanted to share some information about peace and how friendship is used to build bridges for peace. Because as you know, I work with young people. I have been running dance schools for many years, the 20 dance schools, taught over 500,000 children, young people, and I would say individuals of all ages, actually, to dance. But amongst that, I've been able to have the pleasure of working with young people and mentoring young people. And I believe that friendship can be used to build bridges and to also build peace globally. So today, I would like to share a little presentation on what I feel we could all work on, because as I would say, as Healing Our Earth family here, our aim is to, of course, make this world a better place. And one of those things is to become a better mentor, a better role model. This could be with our children in our family. It could be with communities, or it could be with global young people around the world. It doesn't matter what we do. The main important thing is we are inspiring young people to become more peaceful individuals, more friendly, more cooperative, and people who are good global citizens of the future. So for that, today, I'd like to share something very, very special. So if Amrita ji or Nishit could allow me to share, I've got a lovely little presentation that I'd like to share with everyone. So let's see if I can allow. Ooh, I'm still disabled here. Host has disabled me. Please let me share. So, if I can just share my presentation. Or Amrita ji, if you could please allow me to share, it will be amazing. So whilst we're talking about somebody allowing me to go in and to share the screen and allowing people to see the presentation that I have, one of the more important things is we are going to be holding a special 9-day retreat at Delhi in India between 19th till 27th of December of this year. Healing Our Earth is one of our partners. And the aim is to invite around 120 to 150 young children from around the world to come together to Delhi to build intercultural relationships, friendships, and of course, teach young people of how to become better leaders of the future. So today, if I can see, oh, the host has still disabled me. Dear Nishit, would you be able to allow me to share, please?
Bear with me one moment. I'll get that done.
Sure, no problem. So this actual event.
Dr. Amrita, can you make Haniji co-host, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. I know everybody loves their little screen, but let me have it for 10 minutes, please.
Yeah, and it's a very lovely initiative that you are doing, and it's very important to share with everyone what's going to happen in New Delhi.
Absolutely.
Over to you. Thank you.
Here, thank you so much. And here is, of course, one of the actual event that's taking place between 19th to 27th of December. And it's going to be very, very exciting because, as you can see, on day one, we arrived in Delhi. On day two, there'll be sightseeing to visit iconic places like Taj Mahal and various wonderful places. On the third day, we have an environment day where the young people will be traveling with us to plant trees, to visit an agricultural university, to learn how organic farming is done, etc. On the fourth day, we are going off to visit some palaces, learn about our history, because India has some very interesting history. There are beautiful museums, etc. So our young people will be going out there to get a bit of an insight about India, and of course the royal palaces as well. On the fifth day, we have a parliamentary experience. So we go to the local parliament, and all the young people, 120 to 150 of them, will be getting involved in peace debates. So we will be in Parliament talking about peace. And then we are also going to be signing a United Nations special declaration. So what that means is every child will be signing a peace declaration, which then will be submitted to the Prime Minister here in the UK and also submitted to Prime Minister Modi in India, as well as the United Nations. So that will be very exciting for our young people. On the day 6, we have a talent show, we have an art exhibition. So all the young children from all over the world, whether they come from Africa, from Brazil, from Australia or India, they will be taking part in talent shows, whether they want to sing, dance, read a poem, whatever. And of course, there's the art exhibition there as well. On the day 7th, it will be absolutely amazing. It's a special day for presentations. We are all going to be teaching our young children about the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. So every child will be put in a team, and every team will be given a particular topic like education or women empowerment or environment, protecting the environment, some kind of a topic. And every team will then make a presentation on that day, on day 7, in front of an audience, as well as, of course, show us little promo reels, show reels that they would have created throughout the week, because we teach our young children about media training. We teach them how to do public speaking during this course. So there are many workshops that take place during this week. And on the final day, which is day 8, which is the Gala Awards event, it's going to be so extra extra fun because all the children will be collecting their certificates, their awards, the medals. People will have won first, second, third prizes for the talent show, for the various activities that we will be doing during the week. And on that day, we have United Nations, Commonwealth, local ministers, and various representatives from around the world who will be presenting the awards. And I hope that we will have some of our Healing Our Earth people there. They can also present an award on behalf of Healing Our Earth. So that'll be very exciting. So this, of course, and on day 9, everybody departs, of course. So this is great. And on the first day, by the way, the arrival day, when the children arrive, they won't be just registering. They will be also introduced to a local buddy. So there'll be a local buddy who they become friends with, so they can share about what India is about, and they can share about what their culture is about. So there's a bit of intercultural relations that we'll be developing. It's a very exciting, fun program, 19th till 27th of December this year, and you will hear much more about it in the next few weeks. So with that, I'd like to move on to give you a quick little presentation. How do we use friendship amongst all of these things? Why? I mean, how is friendship important for this? So let me see if I can open up my lovely friendship thing. There you go. So friendship, we find, is very important because that's what I would say that's what helps to develop understanding between different cultures. So this is the International Children's Peace Network helping to discuss what is friendship. So one of the things we say, what friendship means with young people, we teach them that friendship means caring for one another, being trustworthy, being honest with each other. Also respecting our differences, because each one of us do have differences. I may like a vegetarian pizza, someone else might like just a margarita. It doesn't matter. So everybody has differences, or I may like to wear clothes in this way and somebody else may have a different style of clothing. It really doesn't matter. Also helping each other grow. This is really important because when they come along for this 9-day program in India, we will be teaching them to grow their perspective of life, how to see life in a different way, how to appreciate each other's cultures. So one of those things is to help each other grow as well. And one other thing, a quote that we always say is, a friend is someone who helps us become the best version of ourselves. They're not somebody who tries to put you down, but somebody who uplifts you. So this is really important. And this is what Healing Our Earth friends do to us. Then we say, why friendship creates peace? What is it? Why does this do this? Well, at the International Children's Peace Assembly, friendship helps us to understand different cultures. Because we may have people from over 50, 60 countries attending that program. So you can see what kind of intercultural exchange would be taking place during that 9-day program. Also, we can solve problems, but peacefully. Why? Because if you understand each other, if you build friendships, if you've got strong relations with each other, then even if you come across any challenges of life, you will find a solution, but peacefully. So finding peaceful solutions to our problems. Also reducing prejudices, because ignorance is one of those things that creates hatred. It creates challenges in life, unnecessary challenges. But if we can help to reduce all this ignorance and prejudices, this would also be very useful. And finally, spreading kindness. What we do with children and young people is we teach them to become more compassionate human beings, more kinder and more understanding human beings. So we say from our side, friendship is based on trust, which is based on cooperation, which is also altogether leads to peace. So this is very important for us. Also, why is it important to understand and develop relationships with friends from around the world? Well, we are all connecting from different parts of the world. We have people who from Singapore, from USA, from all different colors and all different nationalities, colors, faiths, languages. So all the people who are healing our earth, we're mostly adults at this moment in time. But these young people are our future generation. So in order to develop our young people, what we do is we help young children become friends from different countries. We appreciate each languages, we enjoy each other's foods, religion, traditions, even the clothing and our fashion. On the day of the talent show at the International Children's Peace Assembly, we have a fashion show because there are 28 states in India, and we are going to be displaying the 28 different costumes of India so that whoever attends this International Children's Peace Assembly will be educated about what India is all about and how much variety there is just in that one India, one country, India. So our differences, we believe, make the world more beautiful. That's what we believe, and this is what we teach our young people. With this, why India? Why have we gone to India, for this particular program? Well, first of all, there are many very good positive values that India teaches us. One of the things is unity is diversity. And because we have, I can't say it properly, but it's kutumba, what it says, we are all one family. So India always believes that every person around the world is really one family. They also respect all cultures. In India, we have all types of cultures living there, from Christians to Muslims to Indians to Sikhs to Jains to Buddhists. So we have a whole load of amazing people living who follow different cultures and religions. Also, there it is, Atithi Deva Bhava. I can't say proper Devo Bhavan. And these are guests are like God. This is what India always believes in. And I think that's beautiful because they're very welcoming to our young people from around the world. And finally, non-violence and peace. Even, great names like Gandhiji taught us about non-violence and peace. But India is the land of spirituality. So this is, again, a very, very beautiful place and a very, I would say, appropriate place for us to take our young people to help them to enjoy a nice multicultural event. Now, the next thing is we believe, and this is what we teach, when we're building friendships amongst different cultures, we teach our young people that small acts create big impact. So, for example, just smile at someone. Don't sit there all like, really grumpy. Just smile at somebody. You will find that they smile back. Also, maybe share your lunch. Somebody may be sitting there not having anything to eat. Maybe share your lunch. Maybe listen to them. Listen respectfully. So you are not just pretending to listen. You're actually listening to every word that they're saying and connecting with them on a soul-to-soul level. Also, help your classmates. If you're in school, somebody's struggling with their homework, help them out. Also, include everybody in your games. If you're playing and you can see a child sitting by themselves, invite them to be part of your group and help them to play with you. And of course, stand up against bullying. So with young people, they have their own challenges, as you know. As we are adults, we have different challenges of our world. But when you're at school and you're between 12 years and 17 years, you have your own challenges. So we help our young people appreciate that small acts will create big impact on people's lives. Then we talk about, of course, friendship across activities. So, for example, we have things like, there are so many different languages that we kind of work with. So you may have a bonjour from France or a kemcho from Gujarati. So you have all these different ways of saying hello. So what we do is we help young people to participate. So for example, say hello in a different language or share one quality about your good friend. Just share something about what you like about a friend. Or you could talk when we pair up with somebody from another country, we share a little bit about each other's countries. So in this way, our children can develop a wider perspective of life and see the world in a more enriched manner. So these are really, really great ways that we get involved in activities to help build teamwork and to help build friendships amongst young people. We help our young people say a special promise, and we repeat this special promise. And this promise is, I promise to respect every person. I will choose kindness over anger. I will collaborate and I will celebrate our differences. I will make friends across cultures. And together we will build a peaceful world. So this is one of the things that we all repeat as young people, trying to give them a little something to be responsible for during the 9 days program. And of course, we finish off by saying, of course, that peace begins with a smile. So if you're, friendly with other people, if you come with, if you're trying to become friends with another culture, but you don't even smile at them, you're not going to be able to be welcoming, and you won't be able to look warm. You won't be so welcoming. So we say to all our people that peace begins with a smile and friendship begins with an open heart. So if anybody wants to find out more information, of course, about our this program, it will be on our website in about 1 week's time. And you'll be able to start registering as well in about a week's time. I think it's about 10th of August that all registrations will start. And you will be able to visit icpeacenetwork.org to get further information about our work. And of course, what Healing Our Earth is doing at present. That's our future project. So this is some of the work that I'm working on, and this is what friendship is all about from my side when it comes to young people. So Dr. Amrita, was there any questions that you may have about what you heard?
I think it's marvelous, and the kind of initiative you have taken to bring children aboard on the issues that are so critical and important for life. And these are the things I think that are very important for the mental health, will harness friendship in the minds of children, will groom them, will make them more versatile to understand relationships in a broader term. So it was a best fit in a very beautiful way. And secondly, I'd like to say that coming to Delhi, giving children a glimpse of what India is, giving children the idea and taking them to the parliament and showing them how the rules and regulation of a particular country run is itself a very beautiful exposure. And then cross-country, when children will come, they will make bonds, they will make friends. And these kind of friends, as we all discussed as yet in the episode, we had been talking about the meaning of friendship in different forms, the bonds, the care, the concerns, the values, so many things that add up in our lives when we are young, and we carry them, we keep learning about them all through. And that's what it is. It's a very beautiful message, I would say. And definitely I'd like to take some comments from Dr. Ghazala, who has been with us for such a long time as of now, and also Dr. Anukul ji. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste, everyone.
Global Namaste.
We also have a partnership.
Haniji, that was the most exciting presentation and concept that I've been waiting to hear and see the world look at making that change. We often talk about what are we doing about making change, and the younger generation of today is our tomorrow's leaders and community, that we want to see that change happen and roll on to do the great things. And with that program, you've really highlighted an amazing way from the acknowledgement of each, different country, different people, different language, different feeling, different vibe, everything incorporating, and also bringing the world of India, which spirituality is just part of everybody's breath work anyway, right? So to build that together and give that opportunity globally. I just wanted to ask also, for the children that would like to participate in this program, is that globally specific or anywhere, anyone we know, or what's the kind of criteria?
Thank you very much for asking such a wonderful question. Yes, I'll just finish off answering and then I'll come back to that. Dr. Amrita was mentioning about a few of the spiritual things, and you mentioned that as well. So I just wanted to share with our audiences that every day we will have a meditation session for young people there to help people also learn about meditation and well-being at the over the 9 days, so they will be also learning things. And during the week they'll have little activities where we have facilitators teaching them how to do public speaking, how to speak in front of the camera, how to be able to go and debate in Parliament. So we have lots and lots of wonderful ways that we can get our young people involved and learn. And the second part where you mentioned was who would be able to come and join us. Everyone and anyone can join from any part of the world. There will be a registration. There will be a registration link. So you just register. The pricing and everything will be there from 10th of August onwards. It's from 12 to 17-year-olds is what we're looking for, young people. And their parents or guardians can also join. So if you've got a mom or dad who wants to come along, which we encourage, and there will be activities for the parents actually as well. So whilst the young people are there, if they're getting bored, we've got other things going on, they can be part of as well. But it's mainly to help to 12 to 17-year-olds. If you have an older brother or sister, 18 years plus, can also come along as a guardian. If a mum or dad cannot make it, then an 18-year-old plus a brother or sister, sibling or someone can also attend with the young people. So yeah, all you do is register, you pay your fees. As soon as you pay your fees, you will have a full welcome pack coming through. So you'll be ready for the event. So in that welcome pack, it will tell you everything. For the talent show, this is what you can do. For the art exhibition, this is what we will be doing. So you'll have all the information. And there will be also a free online course if you wanted to do before you attend. So you're a bit more, you're ready, for the event, for the 1 week program. It's a very good question. Thank you so much for asking that.
Pleasure. That was fantastic. Thank you for that feedback.
Thank you. We also have Dr. Anjali with us. Global Namaste, Dr. Anjali from India. Happy Friendship Day.
Happy Friendship Day, Dr. Anjali ji.
I think I can't. Happy Friendship Day. Global Namaste to everyone. So very interesting, Honey. It is such a golden opportunity for all the kids to come together, learn so much about how the parliament runs and how to be accommodative with different cultures, different language, and a beautiful message going out to the world that let's all, like what do you say, come together and think about, unity and diversity and equality. It's so important to learn in today's time, and friendship builds more friendship. I think it's not like it's all coming together. It's teamwork, I think, and that's what Healing Our Earth message also sends out, this message to the global arena, that we all come together from different parts of the world with one message, that is to be kind and to be friendly to everyone without any biases and judgments.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much. Actually, if you look at, like last, I know I shared this last time, but I just wanted to share this again, just to have a quick look at this. This was what we did last year here in London. So we had all these young children from different backgrounds. We launched at the House of Lords. We took them out. We had 67 children for this one, but we gave them CPR training. We took them to Parliament. We had special guests coming. We took them to West End musicals. So hopefully in India, it will be Indian cultural programs and things like that. So we did a talent showcase where all the young people got a chance to get involved in we had an art exhibition as well. So the young people did this art. They were absolutely amazing. So we gave them media training. I just wanted to share. And there were the gala awards evening where people came along and were presented with amazing awards, which the young children absolutely love that. So there were young people from all different cultural backgrounds. That's the interesting part. And we also had great volunteers who were there. So we will, of course, be having our volunteers from India, but we have a team of 10 to 12 people coming from here, from London, who are professionals. Some of them are professors at universities, some are teachers in the educational establishments, some are events managers. So they all have their own professional backgrounds, and they will be coming as a team to look after the 120 to 150 kids, young people. But thank you very much for also appreciating.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Acharya Shivamji, you have some comments? Over to you.
Yeah, good evening,
Global
everyone,
Namaste.
and Global Namaste. Thank you so much. And I was looking this wonderful slide. First of all, my heartfelt congratulations to you, Anukul, and the entire team for creating such a beautiful global initiative. And as I was listening to the vision of this program, one thought came to my mind. We are preparing young people to become global citizens, which we call Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I always talk about this in my university. Yeah. And to explore different cultures, develop leadership, and build lifelong friendships. As today is Friendship Day, so I want to highlight this as well. So the friendship with our own mind, I believe, is very, very important. So in my journey, if I may tell about that, so I have had the privilege of working with universities, public institutions, policymakers, being a dean for spiritual science subject and thought leaders and international forums. We also do organize UNESCO chair programs as well. So one thing which I've noticed is that regardless of position, nationality, or profession, everyone is searching for the same thing, like inner peace, clarity, and emotional resilience. So that is why my work has been dedicated to meditation, awareness, and conscious leadership. And through our programs as well, we help people cultivate calmness, compassion, and clarity. So as I look at this wonderful initiative, I generally feel that even 10 minutes of meditation each morning could beautifully complement this journey. And it would help participants not only discover a new country, but also discover a deeper part of themselves. So if any point of time, if you feel that an inner well-being or meditation session could add value to this program, it would be my honor to contribute in the spirit of service. Because I really truly believe in this thing. When we become friends with ourselves, we naturally become friends with the world.
That's a very beautiful thing, because that's something else spiritually. Until you don't understand yourself, how will you go and understand other people? So your first journey is learning about yourself, and I can understand that. And this is very important part of what we want to help our young people do, to understand who they are, what they would like from life, how they want to contribute, what are their strengths. Let them feel it doesn't matter if one's an artist and one is a mathematician. It doesn't mean one is better than the other, because they are both skills, that is required in the world. So you're absolutely right. And consciousness, that's what we're actually trying to do, to help to raise the consciousness levels of humanity, because every child will go back to their school, and every school will then have the presentations of the child will be teaching and sharing what they learned. So from one child, you have another 1,000 or 3,000 children learning about what they've learned. And that's why during the week, when we do media buddies, that means each child will have a media buddy. They'll be creating little promos, little 3-minute videos of and little their own story. That will also be first, second, third prizes, for the best media things that they do. But the aim would be for them to keep something for life, they capture little moments for life and tell the story in their own eyes and through their own hearts of how they feel. So we want our young people to be able to express themselves and have the confidence to do that. And the other part with the environment side is very important, because we want our young people who will become future business people or future parents or future whoever, they need to also know how to protect our planet, how to be resourceful, how to recycle, how to make sure that we are protecting the only home that we have, which is our earth, the Mother Earth. So these kinds of things are very important. And when they go back, as I mentioned to Dr. Amrita ji, they will be given a list of different free online training courses that they can do. They can choose as many as they like. They can do all or one or two, etc. But we have one course, which is, for example, the way to happiness. And the way to happiness gives them 21 moral codes of how to live morally. And these 21 moral codes, if you implement them and like seeds, in a little child, and they can learn how to behave and make that into values of their own, you will find that they'll become much better, compassionate human beings, as they grow older. And then they get a certificate at the end as well. So when they finish that course, they end up getting an automatic certificate, which they can add as part of their leadership program. So we have a few of these different courses that we're going to be passing on to them, including things like human rights for young people, so that they understand that globally, what does human rights mean? That every person should have food and shelter. Every person should have this. So if you are somebody without, you can go and ask for help. You can, so it's just to help to guide our young people, to guide others as well. So I'm very excited, and I feel much happier to know that you have accepted this and welcomed this initiative. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a quick comment from Dr. Anukulji before we move to Dr. Ghazala.
Sure.
Yes, over to you.
There is something very interesting I must tell Haniji, is about if I was one of the kids to come with you for that particular wonderful trip, and really, I would certainly like to have Acharya Sri Shivam with me, because he's so well connected to the kids and young adults. It's unbelievable. I'm sure he'll be able to teach a lot, both in terms of meditation and a whole lot of other stuff.
Absolutely. And we would love that, because if there is a few people who'd like to join us for the week there, we would love to invite you to be part of our leaders, because we have, for example, 10 leaders or 12 leaders, and each leader will have 10 to 12 or 10 to 15 children under them. So they will be guiding that group for the different projects or different activities. So, and they will stay with us for the whole week.
Yes.
And they will be fully trained as well on how to work with young people, etc. So based on, we have our UK laws, etc., child protection and safety laws, etc. So they'll be fully, trained before we go to India. And of course, I'm sure they already know, but we would love that. And if, any of our team members would like to join us, please contact me separately, and we can have a good discussion and see how we can get you involved for this. And it's welcome, because the more of our family we have together, the stronger we can make the future projects, because next year is in Bulgaria and the year after that is in Brazil or Thailand. So we have every year an assembly that we are organizing in different countries around the world.
Wonderful.
And thank you for being part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hani, for joining us, as well as made this bond of friendship with me, you, and everyone stay connected, and the mission with which you are working may be accomplished with prosperous healing around the globe. So thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to see you time and again in every episode with a beautiful smile and a beautiful voice. Thank you so much.
I mean, I should say to Dr. Anukul at this moment, I think I've come up with a mushroom allergy. At the moment, I've always allergy around my neck, but I'm still here, because when you've got to do something, you've got to do something. When you've said to someone, I'll be there, I will be there. So, Dr. Amrita ji, thank you so much for beautiful hosting.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the contributions, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we have Dr. Ghazala with us, the great lady in her own self, a great helping hand, a very big friend, and a beautiful woman. It's time to welcome your guest, Sue from Wales. Global Namaste. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amrita, for that beautiful intro, as always. And you do the super duper job always behind the scenes. You work away with it. So yes, today I do have two guests actually that we have ready to go with it. So I'm gonna go over to India first, if that's okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to a very dear sister from another mister, as we always say, but on the subject of friendship. the topic that she has chosen is the medicine we don't prescribe enough is the subject of our next guest. And I just want to give you a brief background to this amazing sister of mine. Dr. Aninda Sidhana is an Indian psychiatrist specializing in women's mental health, psychosexual medicine, and trauma-informed care. She serves as a president of the WICCI Psychosocial and Mental Wellness Council. She holds many positions. This is just one of many. The UN Sustainable Goals, as you know, SDG, Goodwill Ambassador, and a global chair of mental health at Ishkama Global Kick organization. Through her work across healthcare, education, media, and public policy, she advocates for emotionally healthier individuals and communities. Dr. Sidhana believes that compassion, meaningful relationships, and human connection are among the most powerful yet underutilized tools for mental well-being. It gives me great pleasure to announce my dear friend here today to share with us on this wonderful day of friendship. And our friendship is another example of connecting and helping together to make a change. So with that, welcome, please welcome Dr. Aninda Sidhana. Take it away, my friend and sister.
Really, thanks a lot, Ghazala, and Global Namaskar, everyone. And I was watching the program and I loved it so much that I really want to join the community, and I want my niece to be part of that program, leaders program, because she is actually made for it. Like she is bigger mental health advocate than me, despite being just 14-year-old. She has written 2 novels also. Then she has written a poetry book on mental health, and she keeps on asking me about do LGBT advocacy in her school, mental health advocacy in her school, and she is my best friend. So she's 13-year-old, but I call her daughter from another mother. And that is, I want her to achieve all the dreams of the whatever she wants. And so healing power of friendship. So first of all, I would like to say there is no better medicine than the friendship in the world, because now loneliness is the silent killer, which is killing everybody. Nobody has no one to talk to, and the only one talk to is Siri or Alexa. People, especially the elderly people, and they because they are suffering from emptiness syndrome and children's play, and they are remain lonely, and they have a lot of uh, loneliness, and loneliness can kill you much. General Surgeon Vivek Murthy had already told that, studied that more than 15 cigarettes a day, loneliness is much more harmful than that. So how, and nowadays everyone is, the loneliness is not only fear of being alone and not surrounded by people, because we all are surrounded by people due to interconnected world, highly digital interconnected world. We are there, and we all know it, we are highly connected, but still nowadays the fear is fear of being mattering, that whether I matter to someone or not. If I switch off my Facebook account or I log out or delete my Insta, then how many people will reach out to me? That is the fear everyone has. I think maybe you agree or not, because that fear of not mattering is more nowadays rather than the loneliness. So I believe the friendship is medicine for everything. They are my, I have always said that friends are the balm that can heal any kind of pain. And even a parked car conversation with a friend is equal to a lifelong therapy. Or a Switzerland trip is also doesn't matter in spite, despite of parked car conversation and a chai with a friend. So that is the friendship bond, and true friends are the ones who fight for you in the rooms where you are not. So I have healed. I am basically, my life story is just I am a survivor of gender-based violence, but basic more about the advocacy, and the more is I have healed only because my friends were there. And we all are scared of making the jump or taking a big change in a life. I was very scared to take the jump, but the moment I took that jump, I thought, why was I scared? My parachutes were all ready, and I didn't have to think even a second. My all parachutes were so ready, and and I was really, really grateful to Dr. Ishita Anand and Dr. Shweta Raina. They have been with me since 2003, and like I always say, whenever we meet, they heal a part of me inside which they never broke. And also the healing power they have, nobody can has. And the way it's like the because they have in my life, I have them in my life, I know nothing is impossible. So this whenever I used to get hopeless, literally a listening ear can turn a life around. So I have faced it personally, that I used to have suicidal thought, and I will just call Shweta. We will not talk about anything what I'm going through, but just one hello, and that hello only will turn my hopelessness into happiness, and I will be like, keep the phone, dial the phone crying and keep it laughing down. So you should have the friends like that. It's not important to have a big circle of friends, but you should have friends who can fight for you where in the rooms where you are not. So that is very important. And nowadays, normality is a myth. Everyone is fighting a battle. So be kind. You never know what the other person is going through. You cannot fight like, oh, he didn't pick up my phone, but you don't know what's going on in the mind of that person or in the life, why they didn't pick up the phone. You cannot judge anyone, because I have been through a phase of my life where I was surrounded by 11 CCTV cameras, and I could not pick up anybody's phone. I could not talk. All friends were cut off, but they never questioned me, because true friends are those, they will always stay with you. Even if you talk about after 10 years, you will be same starting from now. And another thing, friendship is one that melts all the borders. And empathy is also beyond borders and genders. So I have seen, I always wonder who built these lines and who built these cages and the borders. I never felt that. I have friend in a Pakistan. I even have friend and Ghazala. I have never met her, but the healing power she has, even talking to her, the video call with her or a 15 minutes chat is healing. And not only healing session, it's a motivational session also, because true friends, they always lift you up and they see the potential in you when you have forgotten who you are. And it's not necessary meeting physically, it's about the how kind person is, the empathy. And that kindness I have actually got to see in Ghazala. And so I have met many people during last 2 years of my healing journey, and I always give credit that I am here only because of my friends. And it's not, friendship doesn't depend on age, gender, or border. I have friend, my 13-year-old niece is my best friend. Then I have friends of my age, and my father has been my best friend since childhood. That I, whatever happens, I just go and talk to him. Another thing, my mentors, the teachers. So it is very hardly someone gets a person who is a teacher, mentor, and a friend and a guide. So I have got those three in two people, and that is the blessings of my life. So that is the healing power. I heal myself on an Iceland trip with a friend. And under the northern lights, I forgot all the worries of my life. And we were like college friends, me and Ishita, we went. And another healing power was on my first birthday after the separation and the anniversary. Shweta just called me up and picked up. I have booked a trip to Dharamshala and just come, because otherwise, at least by trekking, you will cry with the knee joint pain and not eat my head. Otherwise, you will be crying emotionally. So those are the friends that they don't let you cry also alone. So, and I was never aware that that is a planned trip. Now she had planned everything, and I was amazed. So I never felt lonely even once in my life. Indians are so it's very, I always say friendship is the best thing we have, because it, I don't believe that blood is thicker than water, because nowadays we have seen families falling apart because of the money and all the issues. So there are friends who will stand by you all the time in life. So nurture your network and heal yourself in the friendship, and never judge what the other person is going through. The distance between you does not make the time, distance, physical distance Doesn't matter. It's about the bonding. That bond can exist for years together, even if you don't talk. And you can talk after 10 years also, that love will be the same. So that is the true essence of friendship, the trust, the love, and they know all your faults and all your whatever faults you have, whatever you have the deficiencies, but still they love you with they embrace all your flaws and help you with them. So that is the thing. And I really believe in the healing power of friendship. And I have written a blog also in the morning. And I have written a poem, which is my favorite, that is Behan Code Blues. Though male friendships are also important, but that time I was going through the stage, I was with female friends. I wrote a poem, Behan Code Blues. So I would like to recite that a bit, if I'm allowed here.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So basically, and another is like it. So one second, I will just recite that point. And it is that the another we have seen that people who, I'm speaking as a psychiatrist, because when people start, whatever the bullying happens, whatever the stress are there, mostly and especially the marital relationships where a person is in narcissist relation, there the first thing is they will cut you off your friends. Why? Because they know they are your biggest strength. So never let them go, whatever happens in life. And real friends are those who fix each other crown and not let the world know also that your crown was tilted. So I really love the program, because from all over the part there are so many people and lovely, wonderful people. I heard the Dr. Honey's talk. It was really nice. And friends are the main ingredient of your life. And I will just recite a small poem because of the time, but I will share the blog in the link or mail. So, Behan Code Blues, basically in the land of wine and pizza nights where laughter flows and secrets take flight, there's a tribe of Behans, strong and true, living by the code, just waiting for you. Don't judge unless it's a fashion crime. They will judge you. They will be present unless it's Netflix and pizza with them. They will keep secrets. What happens stays inside. And they laugh together when life gets you down. Girl, get up a slide. When you fall, they will be the first one to laugh. After that, they will pick you up. Travel together, explore, make memories galore, support each other through thick and thin. No drama, no competition, no stress. Just good vibes. And yes, Behan code, we live by this, we confess. So here's to my tribe, my Behan so dear. Together we will conquer year after year with love, laughter, and Behan code guide. We will make life an adventure and never be denied. And cheers to all the sisters and all the friends I have in my life, and now after all of you also, of course. I got really nice vibes, and we we all rise together, and that is the strength.
Beautiful, beautiful. We say in my culture, mashallah. That's so powerful that you've just recited that. And I was looking at Dr. Kailash there, smiling with that as well. And I just wanted to just get your little take on that, listening to our Dr. Sidhana about that. Dr. Kailash, what was your little smile and a little nod? I saw that it touched you as well in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. We've heard so many experiences of what friendship is from everybody today, and everybody brings something very special. And you talked about, having the friendship, and it's about the quality of it, not the quantity. And that's really important, isn't it? And I think that's absolutely true. And that rings a bell with me, because I do have friends, but the most that are kind of my true friends, I've only got a handful. Basically, I've got lots of other friends that obviously that I associate with, but the ones that are very, very kind of close and I can really open up and in trust, or just a handful. So, or everything that everybody said today, and I'm sorry I missed Dr. Honey's. I'll have to look back at the YouTube later on, but I'd love to listen, because hers are obviously very inspiring as well. So I'm going to take a lot out of this session today. There's been lots of different aspects, different viewpoints for what friendship is. And we've had from a spiritual point of view to love for animals, for plants. And this has been amazing really today. So thank you so much for everybody's contributions today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clash. I'm just going to move over to Dr. Amrita Sharma, just give a little intake on your uptake of that. How did you take it in, and what was your uptake on our Dr. Aninda Sidhana's beautiful poem and her message?
Thank you, Dr. Ghazala. In fact, Dr. Aninda had been talking about that aspect of life which is very close, can be very painful sometimes, and can be too sweet as well. And that's why too much of sweetness, becomes bitter. It becomes tasteless when you take too much of sweet. So that sweetness in friendship and relationships, and the amount of sweetness that should be there, has to be a real balance in life.
Yes.
We often see, when we are childhood friends, we often seek, I want to do what my friend is doing. And there's a lot of peer pressure. In that peer pressure, there are a lot of decisions that change. A lot of decisions are made in a pressure which do not suit the personality of an individual. But then still it is a bond. But that bond is a clingy bond. That's an attachment. And sometimes these relationships, it can be a way to freedom, and it can also be a way that can smudge and mar your life.
Yes.
That's why holding good friends, a friendship that is leading to enlightenment and freedom of choice, is, I would say, a bondless friendship is the true friendship.
Beautiful.
And that's why recognizing these kind of people in life who are with you but yet aren't, are the real friends, I'd say, because the friend in need is a friend indeed, ultimately.
Oh, that's beautifully shared there. Again, Dr. Aninda Sidhana, thank you so much for being part of today's program. You've added great wealth of knowledge and your heart, and you're speaking from your space of experience, and really brought it home to us. And we want to see more of you on future episodes as well, because I think there's a lot more that you can add to it. So thank you once again, because I know you've had a busy schedule. You've been jumping from different programs to different programs, and for that we are grateful that you were able to bring yourself over to us today. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Dr.
That absolutely, it's like you should have friends sit on the tables where they talk about growth, not the people. Because the moment you sit, so I have cut down most of the friends, so that's why I named very few. That it does not matter how far Ghazala is sitting, but she is, I know she will think positive for me. And Shweta and Nishita, like I have cut down many friends because there is jealousy, envy, and social media is the thief of the comparison. The joy comes, it's the thief of joy. So
Wow.
that is
True.
the thing. So always keep the friends who fight for you in the rooms where you are not.
Thank you so much.
I'm really grateful and blessed to have them.
Thank
and
you.
I will just to pick in the comment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Much love and
Thank
respect.
you.
Okay, moving on to my next guest for today. So we're going to, as we like to globetrot, so from the breathtaking mountains and coastline of North Wales comes a woman with a powerful belief. When people feel seen, supported and connected, they don't simply live, they thrive. Sue Hodges is a leadership and well-being coach dedicated to helping women strengthen their well-being, rediscover their purpose, and step confidently towards meaningful goals. At the heart of Sue's work is one simple truth: friendship, belonging, and a genuine human connection can transform how we live, lead, and support one another. To celebrate International Friendship Day, Sue will take us on a heartfelt journey around the world, exploring the power of friendship, our connection to the earth, and the ability to get creativity and poetry to unite us across every culture, community, and boundary. Her message is one we all need to hear. We are one, we are connected, and every one of us belongs. Please give a warm welcome to our inspiring Sue Hodges. Sue, welcome and take it away.
A global namaste. Thank you very much for allowing me to come here. And I've heard such amazing talks and discussions, and particularly about the International Children, the Peace Network. I have grandchildren, so I'm very interested in global citizenship. So that's amazing. I'm not sure I can live up to that introduction, Gaz, but thank you. And thank you also for talking about the circle of friendship when you were talking about how we met earlier. So that was beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, my work, I've always wanted to work with people with trust and respect and compassion, and authentically as I can within leadership roles that I've been in. And it sort of moved into well-being because I could see so many things. I'm very empathic and pick things up. And the well-being of people I worked with was very important, as my well-being also became important as well, to give an example. And that has developed a lot over time. And the well-being and working on myself and loving myself has been so important. And I think that is for all of us, and to continually do that. I was just going to I spoke to Gaz about how my journey around the world made me rethink as a child. My father was a welder in North Wales, and he wanted a better life. And we went as £10 Poms to Australia. And that was a 4-week journey on a boat in those days. But I met a lot of different people on that boat. We called at places I never knew of before, like Egypt, Sri Lanka, Barcelona, Gibraltar, and I got to know lots of people with different cultures. I was a shy child at that time, so when we got to Australia, I'm going to just try and do it very quickly. We had to move around to find work, unfortunately, and we moved 12 times in 3 years. And that was very difficult to make friends. And when we left the UK, I was standing on the boat at Tilbury Docks, looking down at my extended family and thinking, gosh, I'm leaving all that family and I'm going to miss my friends. And so there's been something in there about missing friends for me, and obviously that can happen in life at the moment too. And then making friends and then coming back. We came back after 3 years rebuilding friends. I won't say much about Australia. As a nun, I absolutely loved it. I didn't have close friends, but I made some friends. I particularly remember a couple of people. I would walk with one to school. And my whole friendship then was built on family and also on the earth. I got connected to the earth and the whole thing of knowing the earth. Australia is an amazing place to be, colourful. There were lots of carnivals and things like that. And I really felt I belonged in that space, to that land when I was there. And that belonging has still come and gone with me throughout life. We came back after 3 years because my dad was very ill. He had appendicitis and went to peritonitis. And unfortunately, we didn't have the health insurance we needed. So we had to sell everything we had. But what I would say is, when people are so amazing, the friendship and support we had from the local church and to help us survive and live was, it was remarkable. And that was an amazing thing for us to have that. When we came back, we had to borrow money to come back on the boat. And we ended up living in much, much poorer conditions than we had before. And it was a case of a very damp house, living in one room, so I couldn't invite friends over. So I made friends as much as I could at school. And the thing for me that I created friendships in my head, and I read books, and those books became my friends. And then I slowly came out of that to make friends with people. And it's that bonding, and how do you bond? One person, which is called Margaret, and she and I took to each other. I was a shy little thing. She was an extrovert. And basically, we ended up putting on little plays for children and involving them in the plays and working there. So the friendship thing has always been very important to me, because I had to then rebuild friendships with a class that I had left 3 years before. For me, I've learned many strengths from that, and how to sometimes to get over my shyness, I had to push myself to try and talk to people. But once I did that and made those connections, it was really good. And it was usually over small things, like skipping in the playground or something like that. So it's always the small things for me that were really good. My own leadership and well-being, education for me was the way through everything. And librarians in the library became my friends, because they helped me look at the information I wanted, and I then was able to go to university and so on. The whole idea of this was that I could connect. I still lived in the same place. My dad had to go back and work in the steelworks, which he didn't really like. It was an interesting place to live at that time. When I joined the Girl Guides when I was 16. They were friends, and we worked in patrols. And when I was 16, we went to the beautiful mountains you can see behind me, which are the Snowdonia Hills. In Welsh, it's called Eryri, the place of the eagles. In English, it's Snowdonia. And the actual feeling I got there was sharing that tiredness, that climbing, that walking. And other children also go into Wales and learn to work together as teams and bond. And that opened up many doors for me. And I've seen that happen with many children around here. And people who climb and walk, and the beautiful friendship that I have made. I've made with geologists and lots of different people. So the children are supported when they go into those sorts of areas. And it was that whole thing about friendship and the place itself, because then I actually started it was my happy place, and I could feel that element of belonging to the place again, the earth, and that spirituality that really became part of my life. So that for me was a big change. And I went forward from there to go to university and everything after that I did. But I've always wanted to pay back people like the teachers, the librarians that supported me, and the friends that I made along the way. And I have some gorgeous friends now, and I have made the effort to get over my initial shyness to actually then form groups of people. I have a brilliant group of 6 people that we support each other through anything and everything. And it's around all of the little things as well as the big things in life and the challenges that we face at times. So I think for me that when people feel seen and supported and connected and heard, that is one of the most important things. When I was a child, I didn't feel that, but as I grew older, I learned to come out of that shyness and to feel that connection and support. And that helped me to live and thrive, and I'm sure helped many other people that I may have affected over not affected, but been in friendship with over the years. So I was going to read a small poem, but it's really about the small aspects of friendship, which to me are so important. And it's called What is Love, but actually it's unconditional love, and it's sort of what is friendship. I'm not going to go into any more details of my stuff around well-being, but that is an area that I think is so important nowadays, and friendship underlies all of that too. So this poem, I've written poetry all my life. It talks about all the little things. This is called What is Love, but it could be called What is Friendship. So I'll just read it. What is love? It is the far-reaching ways of the heart and sky and earth and all that is. It is seen in the smile from one to another, the little gifts of a heart that can only be truly given. The many feelings felt, the hurts, the cries, the moments of anger, of sadness, all truly expressed and heard. It is seen in a magnificent rainbow or the green grass when trodden on. The heartfelt words sometimes unspoken by people, yet heard. The caressing of the head with unseen arms, the loving hands which support, yet not hinder. When I think of love and friendship, I think of expansion of feelings, of fun, of small things. Love can expand from the smallest seed to encompass everything and be reminded again and again by small deeds that love is about the little things, of noticing, of caring, of giving attention, of listening, and most of all, of loving in all life's ways. So that's just a little sort of taste, if you like. I didn't want to talk too much about my life out in Australia, but it's for me, it's moved me through life in a way that I want to. I'm opened up to spirituality. I've opened up to love and unconditional love. And for me, all that friendship and belonging that I feel and connect with other people transforms the lives we lead, and we support one another. And that's what makes life so important. And I absolutely get when there's discussion about being honest with one another, because we can have relationships that are too friendly, and it's so nice when someone challenges me and the same back, and we can have that authentic discussion. So I do think that we are truly connected, and every one of us belongs, and the more we can support one another, the better, but in a truly respectful, trusting, authentic way.
Wow. I love that, Sue. Thank you so much. In particular, I love the fact that where you didn't feel a sense of belonging or felt something was missing or not seen, not heard, and not even acknowledged in many ways. And yet, as a child, going through this big journey of the globe-trotting space of the uncertainty, and yet through all that experience, it's wonderful to see how you have used the books as your friends, the journey of your learning that's empowered you, that's actually helped you now to be in a place coming from experience to be able to lead and share with others, because you've felt it, you've been it, and that's where our wisdom carries us through with it in making others come through it, because that's, as you say, authentic. It's a true, sincere journey. And I love the poem that you've done, and as I know that you're a poet, and we look forward to seeing many more of your beautiful poems that come from your heart. But I'm just going to bring Dr. Amrita Sharma in there as well, because I know that she loves her poetries too, and she also loves people's different journeys. So what did you think there of our Sue's story there, Dr. Sharma?
Yeah, it's a lovely story, and I had been hearing you since the starting of the episode. Being a wellness consultant and a well-being coach, it's a beautiful perspective and a very nice way of making a definition to friendship. And I think it's also very important to understand how a person can give weightage to relationship depends upon his and her understanding about what values he carries with the definition of friendship. And that counts to his or her own well-being. As I already mentioned, that the relationship can be a gateway to freedom, and a same relationship can be a gateway to suicide as well. With today's time, as we seek things, how we connect ourselves, and there are so much of literature is full of friendship, romanticism, adding up friends in connection with so many things. And we also had so many ways to connect things. We connected it with plants, we connected it with animals, we connected it with nature, we connected it with God. There's such a beautiful saying, तुम्ही हो माता पिता, तुम्ही हो बंधु सखा, तुम्ही हो तुम ही हो माता पिता, तुम ही हो बंधु sakha, तुम ही हो, which says, God, you are my father and mother, and you are my friend and brother. And that's what my bandhu and sakha, you know, the connection, the same godly connection is in every relationship, with me and you, with ourselves, with nature, with God. How we define it and what perspectives we keep it is, I think, a gateway. And you have very beautifully explained that. And I'm really glad to have you on board with us. And most welcome to Healing Our Earth family. And we'll definitely count on you for many and many episodes over to come. So thank you so much for joining us.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, which means in Welsh, thank you so much. I am so grateful and honoured to be here, and thank you so much for what you said.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Ghazala, for bringing lovely ladies, and thanks a lot. It's time, Dr. Ghazala, to move to India, and we have Acharya Shri Shivamji, Global Namaste, a very warm welcome and good evening. It's been pretty late, but still you are awake with us to share your thoughts on friendship. You yourself are the Dean of a university and a holistic healer, meditation expert, and a lot more. So, I would like to invite you to share your views on International Friendship Day. Over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste. Thank you so much for your kind words and lovely introduction. And Global Namaste, everyone, for your beautiful contribution today on the special occasion of Friendship Day. And I've been continuously listening to all the speakers and how beautifully we all are connected in this global platform and sharing love and friendship and harmony. And we call it in India, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. This whole universe is one family and belongs to the divine, to the supreme, to the God. So when we celebrate Friendship Day, we usually think of finding good friends. But today, I want to ask a different question. And this is for all of us. Are you a good friend to yourself? Because what I see is we all sometimes criticize ourselves, blame ourselves. You know, we do a lot of things. We take a lot of pressure. Because if you are constantly criticizing yourself, comparing yourself, he is better than me, I'm nothing, I'm a loser, she's doing better than me. So if we constantly compare ourselves or abandon oneself, no friendship outside can ever make you feel complete. Because the real friendship is with the self. So I'm reminded a beautiful story which I would like to share with all of you. A monk was once asked, who is your closest friend? He was a very wise monk and they had a beautiful community. So people expected him to name another monk. But he smiled and said, you know who is my closest friend? That is my awareness. Everyone else may leave. My awareness never leaves me. It watches me in success, in failures, laughter, and tears. So meditation is becoming friends with yourself. So there are 3 levels of friendship which I would like to share today. And there are 3 sutras for all of us. So first sutra is friendship based on the need. We all have experienced this. I need you. I need you in this. I need you in that. That person needs me. That is the first level of friendship. Friendship based on need. The second is the friendship based on joy. You know, when we enjoy someone's company, we say, I enjoy being with you. And that kind of friendship is the second level of friendship. And then comes the third level of friendship. Friendship based on freedom. And this is so beautiful. This is almost love, which says, I don't want to possess you. I simply want your highest good. So in three levels of friendship, one is I need you. Second, I enjoy being with you. And third, I don't want to possess you. In the third one, this is called the transcendental state of friendship. And in this third one, real healing begins. There is a research. When you are in someone's company who is thinking negative about you, immediately 10,000 WBCs will go down. Likewise, if you are in someone's company who loves you, who's enjoying being with you, 10,000 WBCs will go up. So this kind of friendship. So we must ask this question to ourselves. In which category do we come? And what kind of people around us in our ambience do we have? Because it is really important to understand for an individual's growth that in which category we belong. So today I want, on this occasion of friendship, that we understand the real friendship and that friend which is sitting inside us, constantly waiting for us, that really needs our love, our care, our unconditional love. And that is sitting right here in your heart. So for a few seconds, let us just gently close our eyes. Observe your breath. Take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Inhale and exhale. And let go of all the tension, all the stresses, all the anxiety. And just be in this moment totally. And let us pray for everyone, including ourselves, that may I be happy and peaceful and always remain joyful. And may everyone remain peaceful, joyful, and please repeat after me. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. Sarve Santu Niramayah. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu. Ma Kaschid Dukhabhag Bhavet. Now repeat after me. May all beings be happy. This is a translation of this mantra. May all beings be happy. May all be healthy. May all experience goodness. May no one suffer on this planet. Send unconditional love and healing to everyone. Let every person, every being receive this unconditional love and healing. May there be peace and joy. Let everyone feel it. And now repeat after me. May I be a friend to myself. May I be a friend to all the beings. May we together become friends of this Mother Earth. Om, peace, peace, peace. Om, Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Gently rub your both the palms. Put it on your face. Bring a very gentle smile and open your eyes. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening me so patiently. And I pray to the divinity in you. Thank you.
Thank you, Acharya Shivamji. That was a nice meditation and a beautiful mantra chanting. And also the way you shared your viewpoint about friendship, spirituality, and knowing yourself is in its own way nice and beautiful.
Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much for staying with us. Please stay around as we move from India to United States of America, where we have Sharon with us and other guests who we are delighted as our friends who have been there with us for such a long time. Global Namaste, a very warm welcome to you, Sharon.
Global
And,
Namaste.
a
John.
happy Friendship Day.
It's a pleasure, as always, to be with you on this beautiful Friendship Day. And we're here at a little gathering of friends for our dear John.
I can see. Yes. Global
Yes.
Namaste.
Namaste. And here are a number of people that have been on the show.
Oh,
Brahmi,
that's cool.
William,
Hi.
Brad,
Namaste. Namaste.
Morgane,
Newbie, Tilden, I'm a newbie.
Oh.
Hello.
That's
Ave,
Hi. Namaste.
Hi, Felicia.
Hi. Namaste.
Namaste.
So Sharon, that's a very beautiful Friendship Day you're celebrating at a party, a get together, a message, sharing, cheering. What can be
Yes.
better than this? Yes.
I know,
You have
especially
joined from the
this
right place at the right time. What a right episode, actually.
Yes, it's a special day because I know that we all know that John has been going through some health issues, and this is his like coming back out into the world with all his
Wow.
friends, and yeah,
Great.
here he is. Doesn't he look great?
Yes, definitely. And all our wishes and blessings to you. May you keep prospering like this all through with better health and a better smile on your face always.
Thank you. Oh, he's now, they're working on his biography. Tell them about what you're up to.
We're doing a biography book on my rather crazy life. And but a lot of it was spent in the Himalayas. I spent almost 15 years in the Himalayas. In Nepal,
great.
Probably not even your style.
Uttar Pradesh, and then working on tiger, elephant, and rhino protection.
That's nice. That is very nice. In fact, in today's discussion, we had been talking about friendship and how sustainability, nature, and animals are our best friends. So
Yeah.
protecting wildlife,
Great.
protecting the Himalayas.
Wonderful. Well, I helped set up quite a few national parks in Nepal and North India.
Mhm. That's great.
Yeah.
I come from Himalayas as well.
Oh,
So
where?
that's I come from Dharamshala, the abode of Dalai Lama, His Holiness Dalai Lama.
Oh, yes. Great.
Yes.
That's a very beautiful part of India. Did you
Yes,
spend any
indeed, I
time?
came to know.
Did you ever spend any time in Sikkim?
Yeah.
Good. And I spent quite a few years also working in and out of Tibet. Mount Kailash, that area.
Okay, that's nice. That's very good.
Yeah, Kailash is a very special place.
Yes, Kailash is Mount Kailash is a very special place.
Yeah.
So we're talking about Friendship Day.
Yes.
And John,
Yes.
really, did you ever start Friends of Nature?
Yes, I was one of the founders of a group called Friends of the Earth. And then we have a group called the Way of Nature, and the Friends of Nature were part of the Way of Nature.
Absolutely true.
So it's all about
That's true.
seeing the rest of life as a part of our family.
Yeah. And definitely this connection of friendship with nature, I think. Do you think that the more we are connected with nature, the more the soul is pulling us towards life again when we are sick? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think, I know in my own case, when I was ill recently, the most healing thing was to go out into nature, put my bare feet on the earth, hug a tree, and just enjoy the connection to the big family of all living things. Then the prana would flow to me naturally and supported me in the healing.
Yeah.
If it's solid, it don't
Flow
matter.
of inner prana.
Yeah. Plentiful prana.
Can't change the whole.
Yeah. So Sharon, how do you feel with the friendship and the bonds of friendship as you all are together right now?
Oh, how do I feel? Well, first of all, I have to acknowledge all my friends on Healing Our Earth. It's been years now.
Yeah.
And it's always such a delight and so uplifting to come on to the show and just hear what all my friends around the world are experiencing.
It's cold.
And the love.
Sometimes,
And more than that, it's,
the tarot card, but
I'm kind of an unusual person.
all of them were cool.
And I feel so appreciated and seen and understood by everyone that comes to Healing Our Earth. I really do. And I'm so grateful for my friends here. It's Crestone, you know about Crestone. And it's a small community, but we really, really care for each other. And so
Yes,
it's
Sharon.
really lovely.
He was, they did those strongman competitions.
I would say you must say hello to each one of the healing friends who are here, because you have been remembering
It was so good. His family.
most of them.
Crazy.
And as we wind up today's episode in a short while, I would like to acknowledge all our friends who have joined us, who are with us since so long. And yeah.
20-year-old family.
I totally agree with you. I mean, there's some people I miss. I haven't seen Lakshmi for quite a while.
Yeah, she's not well. Yes,
Oh,
yes,
no.
yes.
And one more, how is Neil doing?
He's fine.
Good. Good. We love Neil.
The real bonds of friendship. We'll have a party again like this.
Oh, yes. Yes, let's do that. You're looking very beautiful today, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for acknowledging beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder.
Well, isn't that part of friendship?
As always, Sharon.
I love to, when I'm out in the world, I just compliment people, and a part of friendship is just lifting people up, because it's a strange world, and friends are really, really, really important these days.
50.
Definitely. And they are big
Some people
supports.
dramatic,
See the beautiful
say
ladies on the
2 year old,
screen. Acharya Shivam
how
ji,
do you keep
Lata
going?
ji,
Because,
Dr. Ghazala,
you have
Dr.
these
Kailash,
milestones, like
Sue
18,
Hodges.
21, and
All of them have been a very big
whatever.
support
They
for
said,
healing our
let me tell you
earth,
something,
for
Carson.
me, for
Every
you,
birthday you
and
ever got to
we
worry
all are
about is the one
connected
you don't
with the
have.
same energy.
In fact, he was fiery, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
We all are family.
Wow. It was fun.
Global
Okay,
family.
you enjoy your
That'd be a good
day,
one to record.
and
Yeah.
we wish everyone a
The love is
very
here, but
lovely and happy Friendship Day. I'd like to thank all the contributors of today, and special
what's up?
thanks to
Do ya?
Dr. Kailash Parekh,
You like to torture
Haider,
pieces better
Rachel,
than the power
Dr.
sides?
Ghazala, Dr. Anukul ji, and how can I forget
Yeah,
our
power sides
technical
are awesome.
director,
But everything.
Bye. Thank you so much for making it so special. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Sri Shivam ji.
Thank you.
And thank you, Lata ji, for being there. Thank you, Bindu, Sai Chitra ji, and Sharon as well. Nishit bhai, your last minute of comment before we wind up today's episode.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed the episode today. We had so many different viewpoints, so many different slices of the onion, as they say, around the word of friendship. And it was quite enlightening to see different perspectives. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I hope that people will reach out again to friends that they haven't spoken to in a while again. Let this be like a little nudge to rekindle that friendship again.
Absolutely. And we look forward for our future episodes with the upcoming episode on Rotary organ donation, where we will be talking about the importance of organ donation in our lives and the support, the collaboration, and the wonderful work the organizations have been doing worldwide for that. And then the following week, we are also having a beautiful episode of Independence Day. Sharon, before we wind up, are you sharing something with us? Over to you.
Oh, I just walked outside and this is I'm at our local all organic store and cafe. So here's the nice drawing on the store. Here we are in Crestone with friends, more friends over there.
And the weather is pretty good, which seems to be very, very beautiful, in fact. Otherwise, you have been always saying, oh, it's so cold, it's so cold.
Oh, no, now it's so hot. Although we were in a terrible drought, but now we're getting rain. So things are turning green again.
That's wonderful. Yes, Dr. Ghazala, over to you.
Yes, I just want to say it's always lovely to see the beautiful smile of Sharon, and for her to bring her, into her world wherever she is, always lifts us with the energy of that. So it's always a beautiful way to keep the show coming towards the end in a nice uplifted vibe. So first of all, thank you, Sharon, for bringing your sunshiny beauty and your community with us. Thank you. And I just wanted to finish on my part, just 2 lines really, just to share with you that, what I wanted to do from concluding my part with it was first, Amrita, Sharma, I thank you so much for allowing me to host with you, support you today in the program. And
it's my privilege and honor, Dr. Ghazala, and I look forward to get more support from all of you. It's a family.
It is a family.
I think I'm incomplete. My hands are incomplete without a namaste, and I need every small bit of it.
We've got that. We've got your back. We've got your back always with that one. Absolutely. And Nishit, thank you for all the technical support and everything that you provide. And my final line was really, friendship is the hand that stays, the heart that listens, and the light that guides us home. Across every mile and every difference, it reminds us we never walk alone. And with that, I conclude my part here from Wales to the rest of the world on this beautiful International Friendship Day. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's so much of a learning with all of you. Yes, Acharya Shivamji.
I just have a one word to say that maybe all expand in all the corners of this whole globe, and maybe keep sharing this dignity and positivity, and maybe share our love with each other. And I personally would like to thank each one of you. Special thanks to you, Amrita ji, for hosting today's beautiful Friendship Day session. Dr. Kailash Parikh ji, thank you so much. It's always wonderful to see you. Nishit Bhai, thank you so much for coordinating it so well. Thank you so much, Ghazala ji. And it's wonderful to recently have been connected with you. Sharon Rose, thank you so much. And Sue Hopes and Lata ji, thank you so much. It's so wonderful to have divine community together coming up for something good in the society. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Kailashi. Your last comments. How can we forget you? Thank you. Over to you.
No, I'm just saying, it's been an amazing episode. I think we should create a little booklet or something.
Yeah.
Just, to capture this love, these memories, this positivity.
Absolutely.
Honestly,
Great idea.
amazing. I'm going to share this link with within my network as well. I'm just so uplifted today with lots of love.
Dr. Kailash, I might even make that dream come true for you. I'll put that as one of my projects to go to for this episode, to be put in a book format.
That would be brilliant. Honestly, I'd like to share this out because I work with lots of, students as well with, with traumas and depression. This would lift them up. Just listening to those positive words. Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think every episode for me, it's also a very big learning. So therefore, a big bunch of thanks and a very big hug to you. May this friendship continue in continuum and bring a new dose of happiness to everyone. With that, let's conclude with the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.